Good evening, everyone. I believe we're live now. Hello, chat. How's everyone doing? Thanks for joining us on this lovely evening. I'm joined this evening by Az from Heels versus Babyface. How the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing great, dude. Thanks for having us. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
we are gonna be talking about the most 80s of 80s action movies, possibly one of the most epic ever made. We're going to be doing Commando, and I know this is something we talked about ages ago when I think we were doing an EFAP or something, and you were saying, "Oh, it'd be cool if you could review it sometime." And I've never quite got around to it, and then I just thought, "Fuck, you know what would be cool if we could just do a stream together and we can talk about it and have a bit of bants and share our thoughts on the movie." And here we are. This is our chance to do it. So thank you for joining me for it. It's hopefully going to be good.
This is a dream come true because I requested you make a video discussing Commando, and it's turned into a stream with me involved talking about Commando with you. So it's just like this is Christmas. This is all of it. This is all of it right here. It's just like it's like Arnie just like put his hand on my shoulder and told me he loved me. It's just like one of those moments that just stay with you forever.
I've always loved you, Az. Yeah. You're my guy.
You're my guy. Step on a Lego.
Yeah, I mean, I know we were just talking briefly before we started, but Commando really is one of those movies that takes me right back to my childhood. Like, I can't even remember the first time I watched it, but I was young at the time. Probably my dad had recorded it and left the tape lying around, or one of my friends had done the same. And I remember watching it with a few of my buddies, and we were just like, "This is fucking awesome!" Arnie's mowing down like line after line of enemy soldiers, and he's not getting hit. It's amazing.
Oh, I mean, to me, I as we just discussed before the stream, I can remember the first time I ever saw Commando, because like my mother, I was come from a single parent family, and my mother was like religious and stuff, and we couldn't watch these films at home. We couldn't do that. They should never allow them in the home. So one of my mates, his mum was just like, she don't care. As long as he's all right, as long as he's happy, as long as he's not doing anything too wild.
There was always fine. A mate that had a mum like that or a dad that who was just like, "On you go, son."
Yeah, didn't give a shit,
Get Nightmare on Elm Street on. You'll have a great time.
Yeah, and it's just like we used to go round to his house and we'd watch all of them. We watched Commando, we watched Predator, we watched Kickboxer, we watched all of those type of movies. And I remember distinctly being around at his house watching Commando for the first time. And as a I think I was 12, about 12, maybe 13, maybe 11. It could have been then. But I was just watching it. I was just mesmerized by Arnold, because Arnold is when you're a little kid, Arnold is the giant that they talk about in the film. He's this huge, massive hulk of a man. And so whenever you see him in a movie, whenever you just see him walking around holding logs and 300-pound chainsaws and all this kind of stuff, it's just like, oh, this guy's amazing. Because Arnold was the love of every young boy's life in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a kid in the 80s or the early 90s, like you looked at Arnold and you were like, "Yeah, fuck, man, I want to be like that one day. I want to have huge muscles and go around with just carrying around trees with me, or like, just beating the shit out of people." It's amazing. Yeah. And there's not really an equivalent to him nowadays. I mean, I know we've got guys like The Rock and stuff, and they're equally big and perhaps better actors, but he was kind of the first, and he was the original, and there's something just unique and special about him.
And this the closest, but it's kind of like Arnold mid-90s when he's moved into his more kidified stuff.
The Rock is very safe, and he's never going to put a foot wrong, and you would never see him in a movie like this nowadays. Whereas, man, action movies back then were proper hardcore. There was plenty of violence, loads of swearing, tits, guns, everything.
Everything the boy could need.
Exactly.
And we're not talking fake blood. We're talking beautiful, beautiful squibs here as well.
Yes. No CGI here.
No. Bring back squibs, please.
Prefab buildings getting blown up with fake soldiers standing outside.
One of my favorite bits of the film.
They don't even try and hide it as well.
It's right unapologetic. They've even got a Jeep with 2 fake straw men in it. There's just been rolled down a hill. And it's just moving off its own momentum as it gets blown up.
It's so funny. And that shot was too expensive to only show once. So they have to do it about 5 or 6 times,
Yes.
Make you think it's different buildings that are getting blown up. It's like, holy shit, man, this place is getting eviscerated. It's just the same building.
And it was so powerful that even the guys who were 200 meters away from it, right behind Arnold, also died to the explosion. Yeah, great stuff.
Amazing stuff. But yeah, so we were, I guess, what we do when we do these streams is we usually just kind of start with the beginning and work our way through the movie and give our thoughts as we go. So if that's cool with you, just for everyone in chat as well, obviously we'll keep an eye on chat and we'll respond as we go as much as we can, and we will usually do all the super chats at the end, but everything will be covered anyway. So grab a drink and join us as we go into Commando.
Yes.
I mean, it gets off to a good, brisk start because, it's like a garbage truck pulling into a suburban neighborhood. And it's early in the morning, a guy gets woken up and he's like, oh, shit, I missed the garbage truck, man. So he's like, runs outside and he's like, oh, thought I'd missed you guys. Or I was worried you'd missed me. And then old Bill Duke comes out of the truck. Grabs a machine gun and he's like, don't worry, we won't, and just guns him down.
that was the Portland garbage disposal unit, that was.
Yeah. It's a lot less violent than what's going on in Portland now.
Yeah. It's great though. It's it's an action movie that starts with action, it gets its little bit of sentiment later on, but these 80s movies, they didn't muck around. They that's what I loved about these 80s movies. These aren't 2-hour movies. These are 90-minute in-out, put the kettle on movies.
Yes.
They've got a very distinct plan. Blow shit up and blow more shit up. Yeah. And we've got 90 minutes to do it in. Let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah, have as many fights and gun battles and explosions and muscles as possible, and we'll come up with some kind of story that stitches it together, and that's all you need. And this movie is brisk, like you say. It's literally 90 minutes long, and it doesn't feel it. Like it moves at a fair clip all the way through, but it crams so much into that time. It's pretty tight. Like in terms of screenwriting, it is solid.
Yeah, it's a great pace. There's not a wasted scene. Even the setup with the daughter at the beginning is a it goes straight to a montage with it.
Yeah.
So there's not like reams of exposition about where we don't know where the wife is.
I was wondering that. Yeah,
nothing's ever mentioned about the mother of the daughter or the relationship or her passing away or how she died or. It's just Arnold has got a daughter.
Yeah, just deal with it, man.
Yeah. Fuck the mum. I've got a daughter. I've probably stolen her from some mission.
But how weird to see a movie and you've actually got a good father there who loves his kid. Wow, who would have thought? That wouldn't be allowed now.
Oh, no. Oh, good God, no. Well, there again, if it was today, Arnold would be... It would be what's-my-jiggy from Abby from The Last of Us, so it would be complete role reversal.
Yes, it absolutely would be, and it would be hilarious to watch.
Yes, and it would just be a train wreck.
But yeah, so the gist of the first part of the movie, a few different guys get assassinated in different ways, and we find out that they're all members of a military unit. I guess they're retired or whatever, and they thought that they were safe in their new lives, and that's when we flash over to Arnold, who's busy fucking cutting down a forest.
Don't you just love that nothing's explained. They just used to be part of, that's all we know, part of a military unit.
Yeah.
That's
we don't care. Yeah. It's not important.
It's not like you were part of this secret covert 34th and 8th Regiment of, blah, blah, blah. No, They were part of the military doing something somewhere.
Yeah, secret stuff, military things. That's all he needs. Like, it's enough to get it going, I suppose. I guess you can assume that they have done lots of things all around the world, and they're probably wanted by lots of people. So that's why they're all living new lives.
Yeah, like kind of like an A team, but with military sanction.
Well, I like to think this was actually Arnold. He's actually Dutch from Predator.
From Predator, yeah.
And he just reforms his unit after this movie, and he's like, we'll go to the jungle in Central America. It'll be fine there.
I got a daughter.
Yeah, it won't be fine, though, Dutch.
You're my daughter now. Come with me.
Yeah. Please, no.
Mother gets wasted.
Yeah.
You're my daughter now.
Yeah, he just keeps like claiming women as his daughter.
Yeah, you're my
you're my daughter now.
Do you want any sons, Arnold? No, I just want daughters.
But he gets a hell of an intro. Like, he's carrying a fucking tree through the forest for no reason. Like, he's gone way out into the woods to cut down a tree.
There was a good reason, and the reason was, look at this badass motherfucker. That was the reason, right there.
Right in on his biceps as he's carrying it.
Yeah,
and you get a lovely little montage of him with his daughter, and it's Alyssa Milano. Never mind.
God,
before she became a fucking nut job.
Yes, Arnold. I don't know what you did as a father, but she's gonna grow up to be a complete twat.
Yeah, but like, to be fair to her, in this, she's a cute little kid, and she works well in the role. So
she's
I'll give her that.
Great. She's a great little actress in this movie. She was a great actress to me all the way up to An Embrace of the Vampire, and then after that kind of lost it a bit of interest.
Yeah.
But no, she's a cute little girl in this, and she acts much better than Arnold.
Yeah. Well, they have like they are having like the absolute time of their life on this day. Like, you get this little montage of them goofing around, and like, they're fishing, and they're like doing yoga or something, and they're like she's
ice cream.
Yeah, she pushes ice cream into his face, and he's just laughing his ass off. I almost wanted to have just a flash of him, like, he's laughing, and then he just goes dead serious and gives her the stare, like, you don't do that again.
I could see that happening as well.
But yeah, they're having this lovely time. So you straight away, the movie establishes that he's a great dad, and that they've got a lovely relationship, I suppose. And they have the mum just isn't there. Maybe she's divorced. Maybe she's dead. Maybe he ate her. We've no idea.
It's protein.
Yeah. This dude must eat a lot of food, by the way. This is Arnold, like peak Arnold, when he's just massive. So yeah, he probably gets through a lot of food per day.
Yeah, we got some beautiful glory shots of he's 30. I think he's 38 when he made Commando. He's about 38ish.
Yeah, so not super young, but like,
yeah, kind of just sort of prime rib.
Yeah.
In terms of bulk. So yeah, he's looking trick in it.
Well, I mean, this was just a year after Terminator, and you sort of see how he's evolved, I guess, as a kind of actor. I hesitate to say the word actor, but that's what he's doing. He's saying words on screen.
Yeah, he's saying words, yes.
But in Terminator, he can barely even speak, and he's completely like, it's good that he's playing a machine because he couldn't really act anyway. But here, he actually does. He does emote to some extent. He's able to deliver his lines, and he's got a certain screen presence that you can definitely see. And I think it's enough to get him through. So it's how much he'd evolved in the space of a year, I guess, is quite impressive.
Yeah, I got a feeling that there seems to be probably 2 or 3 years between the making of these movies by the looks of it. It feels like Terminator came, probably 2 or 3 years before in terms of production, before Commando came around. But, Terminator was 84, this is 85. So in terms of chronological, release, it's there's only a year between them, and they do feel like completely different actors. And if it sounds like I speak about Arnold in a romantic way, as a kid, he's the love of your life. Arnold, This is
Yeah, I mean,
meant
these.
everything to you in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of had to be around to appreciate it back then. Because to talk about it now, you're just like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of like big guys now on in movies. It's not that special, but back then, this really was the era of like the big testosterone fueled action movie, the 80s. And these guys like Stallone and Schwarzenegger, like they were just like gods striding across the silver screen. And yeah, you couldn't help but look up to them because they were just awesome. Like they were the coolest guys around. So there's not quite an equivalent to that anymore.
No, because they don't make these testosterone fueled movies anymore.
No.
If Commando was made today, it would be called all kinds of horrible stuff. Toxic white, testosterone. Women exploitative damsel in distress movie, where a white person goes and annihilates brown people, and you could just imagine the rhetoric that would be going on surrounding it. But no, it's an action movie. It's a testosterone driven action movie, and it's a Reagan movie for sure.
Oh yeah, and I love it for that.
Yes.
I like as well, when they're having a little chat together and he's looking at like an 80s pop mag and he's making jokes about Boy George and shit. It's like, God, this movie's old. Fucking hell.
Boy George would have appeared in the A-Team just a couple of years before, around about that time.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, remember that one? Good grief. Do you really want to hurt me? Yes, I do.
Yeah. Why don't they just call him Girl George and cut out the confusion? Even his daughter's like back in 85, like, yeah, that's so old, that joke.
Yeah.
I like how he's got to. Well, you notice in most of his movies back then, they kind of had to come up with some sort of reason why he clearly isn't American, to explain why he's there. And in this one, it's like he makes a reference to like, oh, when I was a boy in East Germany, then, the communists didn't like rock and roll. And it's like, okay, you've established it. Nice and easy. Okay. So he's like a defector from East Germany or something like that. And he moved to America.
Yeah. I just like it when they just don't explain that.
It's just like, fuck it, that's just how he talks.
It's just how he talks. This is Arnold, and this is his accent, and he's an American. He's an Austrian-born American who's come over, and he's just living the testosterone steroid dream here in the States.
Yeah. Gotta love it. So that's when his commanding officer lands in a chopper and comes to warn him, like, whoa, what's his name? Matrix. John Matrix.
John Matrix. What a name.
What a name. Matrix. Where did they come up with that?
I remember the first time when they called him Matrix. I think it was Bennett that called him Matrix. Well, no, it was the commander that called him Matrix. And I was like, what? Come again?
Yeah. Do you think back then it was like Matrix sounded like computery and tech, advanced and cool, and they're like, fucking John Matrix. Yeah, that sounds good. Because everyone was called John back then.
Yeah, everyone was John. Yeah, John McClane, John this, John that. I always thought it was his call sign from the army. His call sign was Matrix.
What, and he just sort of went, fuck it, I'll just make that my actual name.
Yeah, we don't really know who this guy is. John Matrix doesn't sound like his name, so it feels like his fake, I've retired from the army type of name.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, that makes sense. I can go with that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm helping them here.
But it's a really weird one because he shows up in the chopper and he's like, yeah, so someone is assassinating your former unit and they're all dead and we think you're next. So we're going to keep you safe. And it's like, okay, how? And it's like, well, I'm going to fly right back to DC and coordinate with someone. And I'm going to leave two random assholes with you.
Two random assholes get killed.
Yeah, it's like, shouldn't I come with you? No, you stay here, Matrix.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
I'm going to put two scrawny ass guys with you and look at the size of you. But I'm going to leave two scrawny soldiers because we need some collateral damage here to set up some level of threat. But I'm going to go back and leave you to it, dude. But I tell you what, the location is beautiful. Where is that?
I assume it's somewhere in California because it's he's got a Californian driving license. I guess up in the mountains somewhere. I'm not too up on my geography there, but it's very pretty. Like he's got this beautiful log cabin and stuff. I was like, man, Matrix is living the sweet life. Like I don't know how many dictators he killed, but he made a lot of money out of that.
A lot of people. He's overthrown a lot of governments and probably stolen a lot of drugs for the United States.
Now he just gets to spend all day like chopping down trees and working out. Not bad.
Ice cream with his daughter. Yeah.
Well, if she would let him eat the fucking stuff instead of shoving it in his face. You do this every time.
Yeah, I fall for it every time. We're never gonna learn.
So I mean, the colonel makes his low-key entrance in a military chopper, like so that everyone from miles around can see it, and then he pisses off again, and then before you know it, like they get attacked by bad people who basically gun down the two soldiers, and Matrix is like, I got to go to my shed and get my gun. And of course, he's got like an entire armory in his shed just waiting to go.
Obviously.
But I think he's not in time to get back in. When he makes it back to the house, they've already taken his daughter away, and they've left some dude behind who's there to like give him his instructions. Like you need to listen to us, or we're gonna kill her. So it's like you better cooperate, right? And you think, he's gonna negotiate or something here. He's just like wrong, blows the guy away.
All the one-liners begin here.
Yeah, and it's just it's this way that this movie's got of like doesn't give a fuck, straight into the action. There's no messing around. He just murders the guy straight up, and goes off after them in pursuit. So yeah, you got to admire his style, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, there's lovely little things to show off Arnold's strength, because they pull out all the electrics in the truck, so he just like pushes the truck
right over the edge.
Get into over the edge, then and just jumps in and steers it through the trees to try and, I don't know, kill his daughter by hitting their car. I don't know. But,
yeah, I was never clear on what his plan was there. It's like he's going to ram it off the road, I guess. But then, there's a pretty good chance that's going to kill her and him. And he just keeps kind of missing them. Like he's rolling down the hill and they're like, it's crazy son of a bitch is going to ram us. And then he doesn't. And he just kind of crashes.
Yes, so. He just misses. And he's lucky they were there to kill him. He's lucky that they were there to bargain with him, because he just blurts in with no gun, no nothing, and gets eventually manhandled down.
Yeah, it's and it being an 80s movie, like his car crashes and rolls, and then it just blows up.
Yes. Because everyone in every movie in the 80s has Semtex in their boot.
Yeah. And that's when it
explode. No, it won't. That's not how it works. But okay.
I was. Oh yeah. I mean, I was when I did my Demolition Man review, I was talking about how there's in the opening bit. There's just fire everywhere. Everything's on fire, and there's barrels of gasoline that are leaking out, and it's all over the floor, and it catches fire, and there's giant barrels of C4 there for no reason at all, and they blow up even though C4 doesn't ignite with flames, and it's just awesome. It just doesn't give a shit.
Yes, but this is the 80s. This is the unapologetic nature of these films, and this is what makes them so great.
Yeah,
it's a lot of, it's always show and no, it's always show don't tell in the 80s. You just got to keep it visually stimulating for people.
When I was thinking about what the equivalent of something like this might be nowadays, the thing that actually came to mind was the Fast and the Furious movies. Not for having the same attitude, because they're clearly like way more toned down and safe and much heavier on the CGI, obviously. But it's the same mentality of like, right, don't worry too much about the details. Just have amazing, huge action scenes and just let it happen. That's the way they look at it. And
but the reason why it doesn't work in these days is because of the CGI.
Yes.
And you know, you watch a film like Commando, and you're just like, "Fuck these stuntmen."
Yeah.
Stuntmen, they are legit, man. You know, they are crazy to do this shit. And it does feel, you do feel that sort of extra sense of sort of connection with it because of the genuine nature of the stunts, because of the genuine nature of the effects and stuff. You know, whereas CGI was it's so oversaturated. It you know, you don't feel anything because you know the disconnection that CGI has.
Yeah, and you know that no effort was required to do it.
Yes.
You know, all it takes is processing power and money. That's it. But like to do amazing stunts where it's like a real physical guy putting his ass on the line, you know, that takes guts and planning and effort, and that's what's impressive. And I would take, you know, these cheap prefab buildings getting blasted apart in Commando over like any amount of like CGI star destroyers from you know the Star Wars movies getting blown up or anything like that, because that's more real. You know, an actual physical prop was getting blown up there, and that's so much more satisfying to watch.
Yeah, it's something that you can connect to. It's something that's a little bit believable, even if you've got cardboard men next to it. But it does, but it just feels real, and CGI no longer feels real. So movies like this always felt real.
What I would also say is, like, when we're talking about stuntmen, a lot of these stunts were done by Arnold himself in this movie.
Wow.
Because he was so fucking big, there wasn't a stuntman who could believably double for him.
Yeah,
nobody was the same size as him, so it would look, you know, really obvious. And so he did a lot of those stunts himself, like the scene where he gets run over by a car and goes right over the hood. That's just Arnold. He had to do that himself because there was nobody who could double for him, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, because because it's been such a long time since I've seen Commando. So when I was watching it back, and he gets hit by the car, and he just like, oh, that's a good stunt, and then you get it holds on the shot. It doesn't cut, holds on the shot, and it gets up, and it's Arnold, and you're like, shit, holy shit, you know, bloody hell, he did it himself. Like, he wouldn't be allowed to do that. The Rock would never be allowed to do that.
Oh no, there'd be an army of like stunt people, and they would CGI his face onto the stunt man or something awful like that. So goddamn, this is so much more fun. And so where did we get to? So he his car blows up, and he gets out, and then he gets into a fight with the guys all around him, even though they're totally covering him with guns. But then he gets knocked out by Bennett, who's the antagonist of this film. And goddamn, they picked an actor there. Like,
it's called Vernon somebody, isn't he? Vernon
Wells. Yeah, he's an Australian actor.
I tell you what, you want to check out his IMDb. That boy has got so much on the go at the moment. He must be the most hard acting actor in the world.
Really?
Yeah, check out his IMDb now. His pre-production, post-production, currently filming. I've never seen so much red on IMDb from any actor ever.
Is he Nicolas Cage in it and just being in like 6 movies a year or something?
Yeah, it looks like it. This guy wants to pay bills. You know, he's got an expensive habit of Warhammer or something that he needs to feed because he's working legit.
The only other movie that I can remember seeing him in, well, apart from Mad Max 2, he was in that, and he was one of the bikers in that.
Yes.
He was also in Fortress with Christopher Lambert.
Wow.
And he played like an evil convict in that who got like blasted apart by a giant laser gun. And that was good. But I didn't recognize him without his tash, because he's got the most awesome tash in this movie, and I can't help but respect it. It's proper Freddie Mercury style.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's Fat Freddy.
Yes.
Because when you, as a kid, you watch it, you see an Arnold, and you've seen this absolutely ripped to shreds person. You can't find an ounce of fat on him anywhere. And then you've just got Bennett with the stringiest of string vests.
Yeah. Well, he's wearing like a chainmail vest, and you know, it's struggling to hold his gut in because this guy is like a podgy middle-aged man who's let himself go. Like,
Yeah. And this guy, I looked online, and he's like a year older than Arnold. And
oh
so,
shit, he looks at least a decade older.
Exactly at the end where he's going to Arnold, you're getting old, John. And it's just like, wait, no, you look like 50. You looks like you've had a paper round in Beirut uphill for the last decade, mate. You know, it's like, come on.
Yeah, if I was in that kind of shape, I would not feel comfortable going up against Arnold.
No.
Like, if I got that movie and I was like, yes, so you're going to be starring opposite Arnold Schwarzenegger, I was like, okay, I'm just going to lock myself in the gym for like 6 months.
Yes, and this guy locked himself in a Pizza Hut.
Yeah. You got to bulk up somehow, I suppose.
Yeah, he forgot to do the cutting. That was the problem.
Because there's a bit late in the movie where he has to vault over like some railings when he's pursuing like Arnold's daughter, and shit, man, this dude's struggling to get over them. You can see his arm trembling as he goes. It's like, oh, steady there, big lad.
I'm amazed he actually caught up with a 12-year-old girl, to be honest with you.
I know, she could outrun him any day, man.
Look, I thought he was going to have a heart attack or some shit.
Yes, I had to stop for a breather.
Yeah, he was just not. He never looked good. Never looked good. Whenever he was going through like the El Presidentes, when his troops would be showing off to him and be like, oh, I could kill all of them. Me and Matrix could kill all of them. And I'm just like, nope.
I got a feeling Matrix would be carrying the team on that one, mate.
Yeah, I know he's going to have the tough. I know he's going to have the big KD compared to yours.
Yeah. Matrix is just striding about with his machine gun, like mowing them down. Bennett's just like 50 yards behind. I just go on without me, John. Yeah. I'm getting old.
Yeah. I feel it, John. I'm over here with my knife, John.
John just needs to push him into a giant like electric transformer thing, and that'll charge him up. Yeah, we find out later on electricity makes Bennett stronger.
That's what electricity does.
Oh, this movie, man, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Just when you think it's maxed out, it pulls something else on you.
Oh god, you can tell by all the laughing and the giggling we're doing. This was a movie that pleasured us, you know.
It really did. There's not many viewing experiences that can equal this.
No, and God bless it. God bless it for doing so. Blown up truck, I think we got to. Is blown up truck.
Yeah, so he gets shot with a tranquilizer gun and knocked out, so he's taken prisoner, and that's when he wakes up in some warehouse somewhere, and he's given his mission. So the sort of deposed president of Valverde comes in with Bennett, and he's like, "Look, we've got your daughter, and you know we need you to assassinate the new president so that I can take control of the country again." And Matrix is just like, "No, fuck you." So they bring his daughter in, and it's like, "Well, we'll kill her if you don't." So he's like, "No, fine, okay." Yeah. So so he's agreed to take the mission. So he's going to have to fly to Valverde to assassinate the president. That's what he has to do, or they'll kill his daughter. So shit, man, Matrix is up against it. He's got to make a choice about what to do. So he gets taken to the airport, and that's when you get to meet Sully, who's just this little shithead who's constantly mocking Arnold.
Yeah, just this short ass guy clearly suffering from small man syndrome, dressed as if the 80s threw up on him, with his suit, with all the little lines in it. Yeah. I remember having a sports jacket not too dissimilar to that, but it was black and had sort of little white lines, a little bit more subtle than Sully's.
That's a powerful look you would have had there, sir.
Oh, hey! When I went to how old was I? I think I was 11 or 12 at the time when I wore that sports jacket. I felt like a dog's bollocks, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, I felt like I was the peacock strutting amongst the others there. And yes, Sully's says a horrible line to Arnold. He's like, because they tell him how long the flight's going to be. The flight's going to be like 20 hours or 20 whatever it is, and or 12 hours, whatever the fuck it is.
It's 11 hours. It's going to be for
And Sully's just like, hey, that's great. That'll give him more time with your daughter. It's just like, she's 10 years old, Sully.
It's like, it's like, what do you think this is, cuties?
Yeah. Netflix are like, oh my god, let's get a Commando series in the works now. And let's just focus on the little girl.
Oh god, I feel sick just thinking about that.
Oh. And then Sully's laughing, and then Arnold gives one of the best lines of the film because there's so many.
Yeah,
so, Sully, you're funny. I like you. I'll kill you last.
Yeah.
Love it.
He doesn't keep that promise though.
No, I lied.
So he goes on the plane with this fucking giant brick of a man who kind of escorts him. And then just as soon as he sits down in his seat, just like wallops him one with his elbow and then breaks his neck, and no one notices.
Yeah. And then comes the next, because now it turns into one line of the movie from here on in.
Yeah, it really does.
The hostess goes past and it's just like, please don't wake my friend. He's dead tired.
Yeah. That's slow clap, man.
Yeah.
It's when he then just gets up and leaves his seat, even though the plane hasn't taken off yet, and it's taxiing. And the air hostess is like, "Oh, sir, you have to stay in your seat." And he just like holds his stomach and goes, "I'm airsick."
I'm sick.
With no expression, no inflection in his voice. Just like,
I'm airsick.
Arnold's delivery is absolute perfection.
He'd be great as a deadpan comic. He really
would. The thing is, like, I think he knew how monotone he was, and he was savvy enough to play up to it because he delivers it so well.
Yeah. It's but it's so hard because we love the guy, we love the guy. But he's not a good actor.
No, he's not.
He's not a good actor. So I can't even tell if he's playing up or if he's like, no, this is how I deliver it straight because I'm trying to be sincere to the woman.
I'm emoting.
Yes. Look at how I hold my stomach. I can only do one thing at a time.
He is very, like, the way he walks around, he's very stiff. I don't know if he was going for that, but like he's still in sort of Terminator mode where he doesn't move his body much. He just kind of trots from place to place. But either way, like he doesn't give a fuck, man. It's the 80s, so you can just get up while a plane's taking off, and if the air hostess gives you shit, you just tell her to get lost.
Well, you can tell this is pre 9/11 America, can't you?
Oh yeah, he would have been tasered by that point if he tried it.
Well, he probably would have shot dead.
Yeah. So he takes like an elevator down to the cargo bay of the jet, and then like goes through to the landing gear just as it's taken off. And it's a cool scene because again, it's Arnold, I guess on the base of a plane. I presume it wasn't actually taken off at the time, but he is kind of there because it's not a green screen or anything.
No.
And he's properly rocketing along, like.
You can tell when the blue screen's up.
Oh yes, those flying scenes later.
Boy, you can tell when that's up. Yeah.
Yeah. So just as it's taking off, there's convenient swampland at the end of the runway, so he's able to fall and land in the water. So that's fine. He doesn't die a horrible death. And so Sully sees the plane take off and thinks, that's great, job done. Like he's on the flight and he's on his way to Valverde. So he leaves, and that's when Arnold makes his way back to the airport, and he's got his watch with him so he can set the timer on it. And it's a nice little touch, actually, because it establishes a ticking clock, literally. Yeah. The flight is 11 hours, and by the time it gets to the other end, they're going to know that he's not on it, and so
Yeah.
they're going to know that he's betrayed them, and they're going to kill his daughter. So he's got 11 hours to get to her and save her. So
Yeah.
it's good. It gives you a good sense of pace, I think.
Yes, yeah, and that's it. Contributes to the pace of the movie.
Yep.
Because it's saying we've got to go at a breakneck speed, because he has only a limited time to save his daughter, and he's got to go a fair distance to try and get to her. So yeah, it bypasses a lot of the this movie doesn't let anything breathe type of criticism that could be levied at it.
There's times to do that with movies, but then there's other movies like this one where you want a fast-paced action film, and it's not necessary to have big character moments like that.
No,
so it's fine. You can keep things moving at a good pace then. And really, the movie is kind of just, go to a place, shake down a guy for information. You'll find something on him that will lead you to the next place, and then carry on from there.
Yeah, connecting.
That's kind of and it's nothing too complex, but it's convenience, and it's enough to keep things moving basically. So that's all you need. He makes his way back into the airport, and he's looking for Sully because he knows Sully's his only point of contact. He needs to get this guy, get his hands on him so he can interrogate him and find out where they're holding his daughter. And that's when Sully's just like, because this guy's like the biggest creep you can find. He's perving on some air hostess who's like on the phone. And I'm trying to remember her character's actual name because I don't think they ever say it. She never introduces herself or anything.
Fuck. Allison?
It's weird.
Allison?
Hold on, I'm gonna have to call this one up. If anyone in chat happens to know, that'd be awesome.
Pull this out of my hat. I'm gonna wild chuffed. Was it Allison? But while you're doing that, Commando's like, if we play, let's play the sensibility, the current day sensibility game. Commando's got like a huge diverse cast.
It does, yeah.
You've got your main protagonist, which is Austrian Arnold. Then you've got black female lead.
Yep.
Multiple black guys, main black guys as the villains. And then, of course, we're off to El Presidente's place to kill a lot of brown people. So, it's got a great diverse cast in as much as that. So
it really does.
Yeah, nowadays I'm sure they'll be flying the flag and saying it's amazing.
So her name is
a little daughter as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Her name is Cindy.
Cindy.
That's the character's name. Yeah. Played by Rae Dawn Chong.
Yes.
And I've never seen her in anything else apart from this movie, but she was really good in it. I really liked her. She plays the character really well, and she's got some good lines actually.
She was gorgeous woman. She's like I think she's about 24, 25 when they're filming this, and she looks a bit old. She looks a little bit older. She looks kind of maybe late 20s to 30.
She was 24.
Boom. Got him.
She looks well young in it. Like you can tell she's young. Oh, definitely.
I think she looks kind of like late. It's not like mid to late 20s. But yeah, very pretty. Very, very pretty indeed.
Yeah.
Good choice.
I think she has a good choice. And so Sully's perving on her, but she's not having any of it. So she tells him to piss off and leaves and goes down to the parking lot to get her car. And because he just follows her, because that's what you do, obviously. And again, harasses her down there, and she's just like, "Look, go and just piss off and leave me alone." And that's when he's just like, "You fucking whore," and then he just walks off in the strop. It's like,
nasty thing. She sort of.
She's the opposite of that. She's told you she's not up for it.
Yeah. But it's wonderful to see the kind of reaction. He goes, "Oh, you fucking whore," and then he walks off. Horrible thing to say to a woman. And then she, instead of just being like, get in the car and get off, she kind of takes a breath, fucking hell, being an air hostess, constantly harassed probably by these sort of men. She's just trying to get on with her life. She's a proactive person. It's set up that she's a hostess, but she's trying to get a pilot's license, and that comes back later on. So, there's little setups, and she's, definitely got a career in mind. This is a career-minded woman, folks.
Yeah. She's empowered.
1982. Yeah, empowered woman. But I just thought women were invented in 2016, so I'm very confused by
Well, I
it.
think I think we've established really that empowered women didn't actually exist in movies before 2016.
Yeah,
So thank God for modern cinema, because
I
without
yeah,
that,
I
we'd be
don't know
lost.
where this must be an anomaly in the movie going scene.
Someone's pointed out she was actually in Quest for Fire, and holy crap, I'd forgotten about that movie. That's like that's cavemen. Jesus. This
Wow.
takes me back. Someone else pointed out that Vernon Wells was also in Inner Space, which I'd forgotten about. He's like an assassin dude in that.
Yes, yes, yes.
And he's got some weird robot hand with a drill on it and stuff, so he can torture people.
Yes.
Amazing movie.
Oh, it's great. Inner Space is great. Yeah.
But
Robert
yes,
Picardo's in that as well.
he is, yeah, the cowboy.
Yeah, yeah.
The cowboy. What a guy.
The doctor himself.
Yeah. Because he's actually got hair in that, and it's really weird to see.
Yes. Oh yeah. Anyway, moving on.
So just as Sully pisses off, Arnold grabs Cindy from behind, and he's like, "Look, I need your help. I have to follow this guy." So she forces her into the car, and he just like rips one of the seats out of it, because it's like some little convertible thing, and I guess he needs to be able to duck down. So yeah, I just, like you say, the movie takes plenty of opportunities to show you how strong Arnold is. Like, he can just grab a car seat and rip the entire thing out of its housing and just dumps on the ground.
He doesn't even when he does that, it's not like he says, "I need your help." Then he's just like, "Don't scream, I'm not gonna hurt you. Get in the car, follow the person." So for all she knows, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
He's taking like secluded spot, and that's it. I'm out of here.
She has a great little line as well, where he's like, "Don't move," and she's like, "Okay," and then he's like, "Step aside," and she's like, "But you said don't move."
Yes, he said don't move. Nice literal interpretation. It's great.
Yeah, her character's got a few little lines like that, where it's almost like more modern, and in like, just little snarky comments like that I think are quite funny. But yeah, it's good.
When it's like, "Go in there, get Sully to come here," and she just goes straight to the cops.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, what do you expect to happen, dude? It's like, you've kidnapped her, as if she's going to be like, "Yeah, I'll cooperate with you."
Yeah. This is a movie, so I'm just going to do everything you say. No, you've let me go now. I've managed to get some distance away from you. I'm getting the cops to arrest you, fucking kidnapping ass.
So that's his goal, really. He needs to get his hands on Sully, but he needs to be able to do it in not a public place. So he's got to like corner him somewhere. So they follow him to like a shopping mall, and he goes into like a bar, doesn't he? And it's like he's he's just like involved in just general dodgy dealings. He meets with some really shady looking guy.
Doggery, yeah. But this whole thing leads to some amazing action scene. But yeah, ends up. This is a mall bar, and it's not some out west, outback, dodgy, place where it's just like, this isn't a mall. People are here with their families and kids, shopping at Target and shit, and Toys R Us back in those days, while they get their Buster movie. And they're just like, they're going, "Yeah, here's some under the table money so I can get my fake passports," which I bought for some reason.
It's just like, yeah, what can we think of that's really dodgy? It's like, okay, like selling illegal passports or whatever. Yeah, that'll do. I'm surprised it wasn't just like a big block of cocaine, wrapped up.
just something that said drugs written on it. Just a brown bag with drugs in big black Sharpie written across it. Drugs.
So it's enough to surmise that Sully is involved in many dodgy dealings when he's not like financing revolutions and shit like that. So Arnold sees him go to the bar, and he's like, "Yeah, you have to go in there and tell him you're crazy about him. You need to lure him out so I can kill him."
Yeah.
And so she goes in, and he's like just waiting there patiently, expecting her to cooperate. And like you say, yeah, she just goes straight to the nearest mall cop and like,
and he's still like looking at her going, okay, she's talking to the cops. She'll go to Sully in a moment.
yeah, it's all part of the act.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's,
keeps dodging behind the pillar every time they look over.
yeah.
There's a big muscular motherfucker and he's like, kidnap me. Can you deal with it, please?
Yeah. So yeah, this cop's like, oh, okay. So he has to call for backup, and yeah, I love how his mate is like on the radio as well, looking at Arnold, and he's like, describing him as like 6'2", 250 pounds, and then he just goes, "He's one gigantic motherfucker."
Yeah, gigantic. Yeah, do you want to see me kick some guy's ass? And then he's just like, what the fuck? This guy's huge.
Do you notice that every guy in this movie is trying to crack on with a woman? Like,
yes.
The cop doing it, like,
man.
Yeah, that's what you did. The mall security guy's trying to chat up these two women who are there, who are clearly like half his age and way more attractive than him. But yeah, he's having a go.
There's no internet, There's no major video games other than Pong for these people to play right now. The entertainment in these days was crushing puss.
Yeah, they did it big time.
Yeah, they did it brilliantly as well. Yeah.
So the cops go over to him and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And like, instead of trying to talk his way out of it, Arnold just goes straight into combat mode and starts beating the shit out of them. It's like,
this guy's up against the clock, man. He ain't got time.
Yeah.
Shit,
Just right in the middle of a crowded shopping mall, just starts an enormous brawl with the security guys there.
Yeah.
And so, of course, Sully sees him and he's like, "Oh shit, Matrix didn't get on that plane. I need to warn them."
Yeah.
So, like, he's trying to make a phone call. Arnold, like, beats the shit out of these cops, and suddenly there's, like, a dozen of them all around. Like, this is the most heavily patrolled shopping mall that I've ever seen. There is just wave after wave of guys coming at him.
But the funniest thing in the movie happens now. The guy who was in the bar, who was doing the deal with, instead of just like, oh, there's a huge commotion, let me just slip away.
Yeah.
Quietly.
They're not even looking for him.
With a gun and start shooting the mall cops. Like, what? What are you doing? What are you doing? Just walk. You could have just walked away. This wasn't your fight, and then he just gets mowed down. So what a moron! What an absolute moron!
It's like you can tell he's just new to this whole criminal thing,
Yeah, it was my first day on the job.
I didn't sign up for this. I thought I was just selling passports.
Yeah. I think it just made me piss myself laughing. I just could not understand the logic.
No, it was just so they could have more shooting and more chaos, I think.
Okay, yeah, they needed somebody to get wasted because they couldn't kill Sully then. So they needed some bad guy to get it because some of the mall cops were going to get it.
Yeah,
it's just like that guy didn't have particularly high IQ. Let's be honest.
No. So yeah, like Arnold just runs over to Sully, who's gone into a phone booth to try and make a phone call, I guess, to Bennett and the others, and he just he grabs the phone booth and wrenches it off the wall. Because it's like an entire like sealed unit basically with Sully inside, and just throws it onto the ground.
Yes, while Sully's shooting at him point blank and missing.
Yeah,
which is great. Sully's not the greatest shot in the world either. Takes that mall cop though.
Yeah, and I love that like the cops all just kind of pile in on Arnold, like they must have like dogpiled him, and then he does that thing that wrestlers do, like when he throws them all off, and they just go scattering like bowling pins. It's great.
It's such a good look, though. It's such a good look. Yeah, they just pile on, and then you do the rah! And then everyone just goes flying. It's a classic wrestling move. It's a great show of strength again for Arnold. And Sully, because Sully's just such a tiny the guy's got to be like 5'4", surely, in real life. Like 5'4", 5'5" or something. So Arnold, who's 6'2", built like a brick shithouse, he would just tower over him. So it's a great visual, and Sully's just like shitting bricks now.
Yeah. But it gives him a chance to run away. So he gets down to his car and flows out of there. And that's when you get that shot of Arnold going over the hood of the car, which is, like I say, very cool. And it's clearly him. Like, he actually took that hit. So pretty impressive, really. And he takes off in pursuit using Cindy's car. And for some reason, she just decides that she's all in now with this. You know, even though she was ready to get him arrested earlier, and she's just seen multiple people get killed and beat up and stuff. But yeah, she's like, I totally want to be part of this now.
She wants to die for that car, her little car, which she's already wrecked.
Yeah.
She's going to die. She wants to die. She's going to go all in for that car now. Just run, bitch, run.
Yeah, it's like, you could probably explain all this away, I think.
Yeah,
and just go back to your normal life.
You got kidnapped, legit. You legitimately got kidnapped, and then the first chance you got to be away from your kidnapper, you went to the authorities. You did everything right. Don't put yourself in danger. But of course, they need the teamwork. They need the male-female dynamic. That's how the 80s would work, and that's fine. She's actually a great little character, so it's not as if she's just hanging around.
Yeah, someone's just put Cindy as ride or die.
Yes. Yeah, she's what was it? Crazy Taxi in Dreamcast. That's what she was.
I love how she has this huge rant about everything that's happened up until this point, and then she's like, "Are you going to tell me what's happening or what?" And he just goes, "No."
Yeah.
Anyway, so they take off after Sully, and they magically teleport from the middle of LA to like out in the middle of nowhere, like in the hills.
Yeah.
That's what happens, I guess.
Obviously.
Yeah, just so they can have an isolated location so he can interrogate him. And he manages to run his car off the road, and like it turns on its side. He's able to grab Sully from it and haul him out of the wreckage, and then carries him over to the edge of a cliff. And he's just holding him there. And you can very clearly see the wire that's holding Sully's foot so that Arnold doesn't legit drop him.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Yeah, because that'd be a bit awkward, but it's great though because Arnold's like, this is my weak arm.
He's holding him up with one fucking arm,
absolutely massive, and he's just holding him out there. Sully, this is my weak arm.
And that's when he's like, trying to shake him down for information about where they're keeping his daughter. And Sully doesn't know, I don't think, but he's like, the guy I'm meeting with, Cook, he can tell you. And he's like, I'll take you to where he is. And then Arnold's like, I don't need you to tell me because I've already got the key to this motel that you were staying at. Yeah. And he just magically knows that that's the location where they're meeting. And it's not just like where he happened to be staying or whatever.
Would the key just have 602 on it or something?
Yeah, well, it's got the name of the motel, but it's not like you had Google back then that you could look it up and know where it was. Like,
they get the map out of the the passenger side glove box.
They'd have to drive to like a phone booth and phone like directory assistants or something and be like, "Yes, so where's this motel at?"
But no, this is. But Arnold, he knows where everything is. He's ex army man, so ergo he just knows where stuff.
Just knows the location of every motel in LA.
In case he needs to have a getaway somewhere. Some shit goes down. He needs to know the locations of these motels to lie low.
Yeah. Either way, it's fine. He's just like, so silly, I don't need you anymore. And then you get the classic line of this movie.
Bueno. Hey, Sully, you know when I said I'd kill you, yes? Yes, Matrix, you did. I lied.
It's the scream from Sully when he drops them as well, because it's very clearly a dummy that he's dropped.
Yes.
And it's just like,
what did you do with Sully? I let him go.
I was pissing myself laughing at that scene.
I love the 80s.
And he, so like, because his car's wrecked, because they crashed right into a telephone pole, right, with no seatbelts on and no airbags or anything, but they're both fine. And then he just rolls Sully's car over so that they can drive it away. So fair enough. Again, you just get to show that he's strong.
This movie.
Yeah. And of course, yeah, like you said, he knows where all of these things are. He knows the location of everything. So they're able to just drive to the motel where Sully was staying and go into his room. And, conveniently enough, Cook just arrives like 2 minutes later. So it's like almost like you timed it perfectly. Yeah. Again, no moment in this movie is wasted. There's no time wasted with just random conversations or pointless searching. Like everything happens like that, straight away.
Yeah. Well, you need plot to happen, and he's against the ticking clock, so you can't muck around. Cook needs to get with the program. Cook got with the program.
Yeah.
Turned up when he should turn up.
Cook, Bill Duke, man, that guy just looks hard as nails. Like he's so cool at every turn. He was in this. He was in Predator. He's been in a bunch of movies, usually as like some kind of heavy or a gangster or whatever, and he's just awesome.
Right. Yeah. He's it's like it's not recycled, but these guys appear in a lot of movies together. So they rotate out and in. But if you put all the action movies together, you'd probably have them cross-pollinating all over the place. With Arnold and stuff. So yeah, it's Cook was in Predator, that came out 2 years later.
Yeah.
So it's probably made a good impression on set because Cook's a cool guy. He's a cool little villain in as much as he doesn't give anything away, don't give no fucks about anyone. Yeah. He's got his cool car. He dresses smart. So you can legit feel as if Cook's a badass.
He looks it.
Yeah, and he can fight. He has a good little scuffle with Arnie, better than most.
Someone's pointed out here, just to jump back slightly, that when they drive away in Sully's car, it was wrecked on one side when it rolled, but then when they drive away, it's completely fine. Zero fucks were given with this film.
Yeah, just kick the panels out.
Arnold just intimidated it. He intimidated it into healing up itself.
Yes. Yeah. This Porsche 911 doesn't look too good. Okay, I'll fix myself. Don't hurt me.
So they lure Cook into the apartment, and Arnold just like goes at him, tries to knock him out, and that's like you say. Yeah, they get into a fight. And I love how Cindy takes cover. But every time she does, like they're wrestling over the gun and they're firing random rounds and they keep going near her. It's like, for fuck's sake, I just can't catch a break.
What is this macho bullshit? I love that.
These guys eat too much red meat.
But it's great because she's delivering these wonderful lines which are which is saying this is over the top nonsense fun.
Yeah.
And so it's just the perfect lines that she's saying because it is even in the 80s, the decade of excess, saying that even this is over the top. Even this is ridiculous. These two mountains of meat smacking against each other.
I love this scene as well because I think it's just as she says that. Arnold, Cook's on the ground. He's been thrown over his shoulder, and Arnold just goes in, grabs him literally by the balls, and hauls him to his feet.
Oh, have we said though that when he punches him through to the next room, we get, because it's the 80s, we get gratuitous titty shot.
Yeah, because we're just coming to that moment actually, because they've been firing guns, like literally gunshots have been going off at this point. They have been destroying this room like fucking Godzilla, making more noise than like 1,000 people at a rave. And Cook gets knocked through this door into the next room, and the couple in there are still fucking totally oblivious to it.
They must be having some amazing sex if they're oblivious to what's going on.
And of course, the woman jumps up. Like, she doesn't try and cover herself. She just jumps up and bears all.
Oh, yeah. She's this is the 80s. We got to get gratuitous tits in. It's an 18. It must have gratuitous tits. There's got to be action. There's got to be guns. There's got to be muscles. There's got to be blood. There's got to be titty bags.
Yeah.
So she's providing the literal titillation in this movie.
She's got to be a porn star of some kind. Like
I
the
don't
way
know.
the way she's built.
I should have looked. I should have looked her up.
Yeah.
I should have done some research on her. That's what I should have.
I'm gonna just see the cast list here. Brunette stewardess, Enriquez first. It doesn't go as far as like the minor characters or the extras.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't go woman waggling. Oh,
naked women in motel.
I know how to do this because the way that I watched this back was to buy it on Amazon, and Amazon is great because when you play an Amazon film or a TV show, if you press pause, it brings up on the left-hand side all the characters, all the actors in the scene.
Well, the chat's come to our rescue. Anyway, so apparently her name is Ava Cadell.
Ava Cadell. Is she a porn star, chat? Is she a porn star?
Find out. Let's
Can someone do some research for us, please?
Yeah, Google Images. Ho!
Some guy's like, I'll happily do some research.
Oh, right. Okay. So Ava Cadell is a former actress, writer, producer, and currently a therapist and speaker on issues of sexuality. Imagine my shock.
Yes. Okay. I'll see what her rates are, and then we'll discuss.
God damn, she obtained a doctorate in human behavior from Newport University in California, and later a doctorate in education in human sexuality.
Nice.
Damn.
She's dirty. She's legit dirty though.
And she was a fucking naked woman in Commando.
Yeah. She's getting her fun bags out in Commando.
Oh god, I love it.
God bless the 80s, folks. That's what the 80s was about.
Yeah.
You could just imagine the scene. I know we're spending a bit of time on this, folks, but this is the 80s. You could just imagine the director. So, when they come smashing through the wall, you just gotta get up and wiggle your titties about, okay, darling? That's what you gotta do. You just gotta get up and wiggle them titties.
Yeah. Now, where's my next line of coke?
Yeah. I'm gonna snort it off your ass, okay?
So that is what we're treated to. A couple having sex in the middle of this fight, and that's when, Cook's about to shoot Arnold because he gets the drop on him, and he doesn't even have a cool part in line. That's the sad thing. Like all he can come up with in that moment is "fuck you, asshole."
Yeah,
and he pulls the trigger, and the gun's empty because he's fired all 6 bullets. And then Arnold retorts with another genius line, "Fuck you, asshole."
Whoa, fuck you. I put the inflection on the you.
And then he just
asshole.
knocks him through the door again, and I don't know what he lands on. It's something spiky, and it just goes right through him and kills him.
A bit of MDF.
Yeah.
Lands on a bit of MDF from the cheap tacky wall, which they probably smashed through, or the some side panel. Impales himself on that. And then
someone said table legs. I can go with that.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. And then Cindy nearly balks up, or probably does balk up, but balks up off camera.
Yeah,
she's not.
I love
she's
that
not impressed with that.
I like to think the couple just went back to shagging after that as well.
Yes, yeah. Let's finish our business. We'll go. We're paying by the hour here. We got
20 minutes left.
We got to get back to it. I think I can get my erection back. I think I
could do it.
Right.
I haven't lost it.
Just wiggle your titties around again for a bit.
Oh man. So I'm gonna lose it with this film, man.
This film's great.
So it's time for the next stage of their investigation, because they go outside to Cook's car, and like it's like, okay, we need to move the plot along, so what can we do to get them to their next place? And it's like they find a receipt for like gasoline or something for aircraft fuel, and an address down by the docks where they need to go to. And it's like, oh, I guess we should head there then. And that's great. It's like every clue that they need is just kind of there when they look for it. So
Yeah,
everything just moves along quickly.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Otherwise, this is gonna be a real short film. Can't find my daughter. Don't know where they are. 11 hours runs out. She gets killed.
Shit! I didn't think this through.
Yeah, shit. Yeah. Maybe I should have just killed him. But they dismiss that though, don't they? Because they say even if he does kill the president, they'll still kill the daughter anyway.
Yeah, I imagine they would, which kind of makes me wonder why they even kept her alive at all. But whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just in case they need to give him some further motivation, I suppose.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. They'd probably wait until he'd done the job and then take care of them both. But yeah, so they go to like the dockside warehouse where Cook's receipt led them, and they find that it's like filled with tanks and equipment and all kinds of stuff. Like there's like an army getting prepared there. I guess it's the deposed dictator. He's planning to use that to like stage a coup on Valverde. So that's where they're preparing for it. And yeah, they get into like the office at the back of the warehouse, and that's when they figure out that the fuel is for an amphibious plane that flies out to some island just off the coast, and that's probably where they're holding his daughter. Again, like the leaps of logical deduction are incredible in this film. Like, he just that could have nothing to do with anything that's going on here. Like his daughter could be 1,000 miles away, but he's just like, yeah, it's got to be there. We have to go there.
The plot said, the script said we have to go here.
Yeah. So yeah, don't question it too much. And so they know that there's a plane that they can take to fly out there, I guess, because it's not going to be used anywhere else, because that would be inconvenient to the plot. But he's like, no, before we go there, we have to go shopping. And she's like, what? And this is one of, like, we were talking about this just earlier. This is one of my favorite scenes of the movie, when he breaks into an army surplus store with a JCB digger and just ram raids his way right through the front of the place. And in they go, and he just starts helping himself to like all the weapons and equipment and everything that's there, and it's just absolute gun porn. It's great.
Yeah, he's getting vests, he's getting nades, he's getting binoculars, knives, and he's just putting it all on a like a trolley, which Cindy is pushing around.
Yeah.
Instead of him pushing it, going, one of them. No. You push it, bitch. I'm getting the shit.
I choose the guns. And it's, the armory in the back. I'm no expert in army surplus stores out in the States, but I'm pretty sure you can't buy yourself a multiple rocket launcher. Even with like the most relaxed gun laws in the world, I am pretty sure they do not sell things like that.
But we do get a great line later on because of the rocket launcher. So
yeah,
I'm okay with that. But yeah, it's just like what, because you open it up and it is like it's an arsenal in there. It's a literal arsenal in there with anything you could possibly want. This is a Second Amendment detractor's nightmare. this room, it's everything that makes them scared. And Arnold's just grabbing nades and C4 and like C4 Claymore mines.
How can you buy this stuff?
It's like, hi, I'd like a couple of Claymores and 3 grenades, please.
Yeah, what are you going to use them for? Well, pest control.
Hunting. I got deer. I want to hunt a deer with a fucking Claymore.
A rocket launcher.
Yeah.
I like my meat grilled before I even killed the thing.
I like it well done.
Compare that to over here in the UK. Like, if you want to buy an air pistol, you need to provide like 10 years of like proof of residency and like 10 character witnesses and stuff. It's a bit of a different world.
Yeah, so you just go to Amazon, you just buy hatchets. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Hatchets and crowbars.
You can improvise your own.
Yeah. Come knocking. Come knocking. I've got toys.
But like we were discussing earlier, you know, it turns out that like using an excavator to ram raid your way into a building, you know, in the middle of a residential neighborhood tends to attract a little bit of attention, much to Matrix's surprise,
Yeah.
because he's just loading up on more guns. I guess he doesn't have enough already. And then the police just show up and they're like, yeah, don't fucking move.
But the
So he gets
beautiful
bundled
thing is,
into the van.
all these guns that he gets, he makes sure he bloody well gets value for theft from them.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
know? It's like, he doesn't need all these guns. Oh,
I know,
he
it's
will.
like,
Oh, he
how
will.
many? Yeah, you kind of think, well, wouldn't you be better to just have one gun and loads of ammo for it than
Yeah.
like 5 or 6 different ones with like, you know, you have to carry all different kinds of ammo and like you've got to waste time reloading.
Yes, and you just see the way he, like, when he runs out, drops the gun next.
Yeah.
You know, that's the efficiency of it. You know, there's no waste of time. There's no waste with it. It's just like shoot, it's over, next gun.
Yeah.
So
Reloading
yeah.
is for pussies.
Yeah.
Real men just get new guns.
Yes. This is the 80s. This is the decade of excess.
To be fair though, like most like rifles or whatever with like a 30 round mag hold at least 200 rounds in these movies.
Yeah, somebody said, look, they can overheat, they can jam. There's multiple things which could go wrong. I remember when the Gulf War kicked off in 1990. I remember being a boy at school, and when the 2 British pilots were captured, and then eventually they were released. And I remember an interview with one of them, and they said that when their plane was shot down, and they'd got out, and then they saw that the Iraqi troops were coming towards them, and they had a quick discussion. They're just like, right, do we surrender, or do we go out in a blaze of glory? Get the guns out and let's go. And they decided to surrender, and they said it's just as well we did, because one of the Iraqis took his gun, his sidearm, from him when he obviously surrendered, and put it to fire it in the air, as we've caught them. And he said the gun jammed.
Oh shit.
So yeah, his gun wouldn't have even fired. He would have been annihilated. So yeah, if they decided to try and shoot their way out of it, it would have been gone. They would have been done for. So yeah, it could happen. So the moral of the story is ram raid an all-you-can fucking shoot buffet.
Yeah, take as many guns as you can get. No, people have pointed out as well, you fire a gun too much, the barrel could overheat and warp.
Yeah.
I've actually seen an awesome video where someone had an AK-47 with a big kind of drum magazine on it.
Wow.
And they kept just firing it on full automatic to the point where the stock guard actually caught fire.
Wow.
Because the barrel was generating so much heat that because the guard is just made of wood.
Yes.
It actually combusted and caught fire. That was just incredible.
Shit.
But the gun kept firing. Those things are they will survive the apocalypse, man. They are indestructible.
Just like DSP.
Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck, man?
The only thing to survive the apocalypse, cockroaches and DSP and guns.
Yeah. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, if they had a film where Arnold was after DSP would somehow win. Somehow win at the end of that film. It'd be unbelievable.
The next bit just always makes me laugh as well, though, because he's taken away in the police van, and so they're driving off. They pull up to a set of traffic lights, and they're not interested in hearing his
handcuffed.
Yeah, not handcuffed, so they can look at his watch and see, how much time he's got left. And time's running out, so we're getting nervous. But they pull up to some traffic lights, and Cindy pulls up next to them in Cook's car, and she's just kind of smiling at them, like they look over her and they're like, "Oh, hey." And the guy one of the cops just glances at his buddy, and he's like, "Hooker." It's like, what the fuck? She's like a woman with like a business suit on, driving like a respectable looking Cadillac, and that's your first thought. She must be a hooker.
And so the policeman tries to chat her up.
Yeah,
that's because this is what every man in this movie, when they talk to a woman, it's just, can I crush your puss, please?
Yeah.
That's God bless you. And that's when she's giving a little smiles, little flirts. And then, yeah.
So they pull away, and she just she stands up in her seat, and the guy's looking at her in the rearview mirror, and he's like, "I think she's got something for us." Dude, what are you expected to happen in this moment?
She could rip a top open, and the world's biggest titty bear is gonna fall out halfway across the street because they're pretty far away by now. They're at least 50 meters away or some shit.
Oh, easily, yeah. But that's when she brings out the rocket launcher. So
yes.
This is a great moment in the film, actually, because she takes aim at the truck and fires, but she's got the thing backwards, so it it launches backwards and blows up a building behind her.
Oh no!
Just little moments like that really make me think the script writers knew exactly what they were doing with this film.
Oh yeah. This is a beautiful movie, man. This is a beautiful movie. This is perfect.
So yeah, but then she gets it right, and she fires again, and it hits the truck and disables it. And that was a bold move on her part, man, because she has got a rocket launcher designed to destroy tanks and armored vehicles, and could just as easily have killed every single person in that truck, including Matrix.
Yeah,
but it's no, it's fine. It knocks it over.
Yeah, I mean, even he doesn't crawl out the back doors. He crawls out the hole at the bottom of the van.
Yeah, the hole that got blasted by the explosion.
Where he was sat just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, the inside of that that prison, cubicle, it should have looked like a blender.
Yes.
With all the shrapnel and everything. That should have blown him apart. But he's fine. It's Arnold,
So good.
He's good. Yeah.
And then he said, where did you learn to fire that? She says, I read the instructions.
apparently not that well, though.
Yeah, not that well. And when did you read them? When he was getting arrested. That's when.
Just desperately scanning through this instruction manual. Come on, how do I use it?
Loads up the car. I'm going to read the instructions on this rocket launcher in case I've got to fire it.
Yeah. But it's enough to get him out so they can head to the pier where their plane is moored, I guess.
With the funniest gunfight in history happened.
That is weird. Those guys in that Jeep, I do not know what their tactics were. What we need to do? We need to drive really slowly along the dockside, just firing our guns over the hood of the car and just completely unaimed, and just hope that we hit something. That's the plan.
Until we get killed. We just keep crawling along here until Arnold eventually kills us with his little Uzi.
Yeah. And of course, the car has to go over the edge, just for that little shot of it.
Obviously. And 2 guys with it. There were stuntmen that went along with it as well. So
they did, yeah.
God bless them. Yeah.
I do like when she's trying to get the engine started and she can't figure it out. And Arnold just gets into the cockpit and starts hitting the dashboard. Come on, you piece of shit. Fly on by.
Yeah, fly. That's what he did. That fixed everything in those days. Punch it. Great trope. Perfectly for this film.
And because he's so intimidating, the plane is just okay, I'll work. Just please don't hit me again.
Please, no. I'm the cousin of the Porsche that you beat the shit out of. Leave me alone. I'll fly.
It's great as well. While he's in there getting this plane sorted, the guys are still slowly driving along the dockside, shooting at them, and not one of them are able to disable the plane's engines or cause serious damage. Just fire randomly.
I'm not expecting them to hit the fuel tank as well. And no, they hit a couple of times near the door when Arnold's shooting at them. But even he don't give a fuck about that either. He's just whatever.
Yeah. Someone saying he Chuck Norris the dashboard. He really did.
Yes. Done. It goes. It flies now.
It does. It flies now, yeah. God, I hate that line. They fly now.
They fly now.
You could just see his soul draining away slightly when he says that.
You can just imagine that. They fly now.
Yeah. So yeah, you were saying earlier as well. You can definitely tell when there's green screen involved, and whoa, yes, you can.
This was one of those wonderful moments where we get the lovely little blue line surrounding our heroes in the cockpit. This is not the world's most believable flight, but okay, it's 1985. I was gonna say I think this is a low budget film, but how much did all these explosions cost? I've got no idea, because when we go into the last section, it's like they had a limitless budget of I don't know what it would be, just limitless budget until everything got destroyed.
Yeah, the entire area has that look about it. Like, this was just purpose built for the movie, purely so they could destroy it. So, it's a fairly big area. Like, they destroy a lot of property there.
Yeah. So, yeah, but you would have. I know you would have hoped that the green screen or the blue screen, whichever screen they used, would have just looked a little bit better. But they didn't. In all fairness, they didn't stick around too long in these things. They were in and out of the like in the car, when they're in the car and you realize that it's blue screen, green screen. They weren't in the car for long. In the plane, they're not dicking around in the plane either.
Yeah. It's just to get them to the island,
Yeah. Thankfully, we don't get too much of it, but yeah, it's like this is the pause in the film. This is the relaxation bit that you just can breathe for a wee bit until they go into the final segment. So
yeah,
director's not giving a fuck about this bit.
Yeah, it's just
he's thinking of cardboard men getting blown up next to buildings.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's reminded us as well of the line that she gives. It's like, this isn't a plane, this is a canoe with wings. And he's like, well, get in and start paddling.
Start paddling, yeah. Oh, and when it's flying, though, we get a wonderful cameo.
Yeah, from the late, great Bill Paxton. And I'm convinced that this entire scene was just written to get him in there, because it means absolutely nothing to the rest of the film.
Yes.
But it's like they're flying over some like gunnery range for the American Navy, and he's like, you got to change course because it's dangerous. And they're like, no, we're going. You need to contact this guy because he can tell you everything about what's going on. And there's a bit of back and forth, and then they're just like, okay, take us down to the waves so that we can like be camouflaged.
Yeah.
And then they're gone, and that's it. That's Bill Paxton's glorious scene.
In and out, put the kettle on. God bless him. God bless that man. He's a legend.
Was it just a thing that he was going to be in Arnold movies? Like, he was in the Terminator, and then he was in this. It's like he's following Arnold around,
which is not, which obviously isn't Arnold, but Predator 2 still has links to Arnold, of course, being in Predator 1.
Yes.
True Lies.
Yes. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. True Lies. So yeah, they must have been friends. They must have been good friends. I was mortified when Bill Paxton passed away.
I know, that was awful.
Yeah.
Still relatively young as well.
Yeah, I think he's only like early 60s,
Yeah.
Something like that. So, God, yeah, bummer. Absolute bummer.
He was in a lot of Cameron movies. He did the Terminator. He was in True Lies. He was in Titanic. Like, I think, I guess Cameron. On Aliens, obviously.
Aliens, yeah.
I missed that one out. Jesus.
Yeah.
We got crucified if I'd forgotten about Hudson.
Yeah. Great, man. You're 61. There you go. Fuck. So sad. Man. Yeah. Fuck, man. God. Yeah. Oh, well. He's awesome in True Lies. Fucking hilarious.
It really was, yeah. But yeah, a lovely little line. A lovely little cameo for him here.
Back when he was getting a mate in a film.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? So they I guess they land at the island, and that's when Arnold goes ashore. And he's, this is the epic gearing up scene where where it's just perfectly shot. Like, again, it's in time to the music where he's like cocking weapons and loading up grenades and like magazines and putting on his vest and everything. And it's cool. You just get pumped up just watching it.
We haven't given credit to a cast member, which really should have been given credit for, because they're in the whole film. That's the steel drums, the Jamaican steel drum music, which is constantly playing throughout this. And then when he's doing his gearing up scene, it's just going into fucking overdrive. It's just going crazy as he's gearing up. But yeah, that's pornography. That scene.
That is pure, gun porn, gun porn, and it's glorious. And you even like the final scene of that is like the sun shining behind him, and he walks towards the camera. It's just like, this is like a video game now. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, it's just testosterone porn now. It's just like, this is mass. This is a man. This is a man. I'm gonna do man things with my man stuff.
It's been scientifically proven, actually, that one scene contains enough testosterone to sustain a man for over a month.
Just sustain Abby for a month. That's just sustain Abby during the Last of Us part.
Abby, yeah. Abby actually made her massive gains from watching Commando.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a regular girl, and then she watched Commando, came out of a room, a man. A real man.
It's like in Spider-Man, like the day after he gets bitten and she just looks in the mirror, suddenly she's got huge muscles. What the fuck? Abby,
what did you do? I watched Commando. I watched Commando.
I lost my boobs, but I've made some massive gains at the same time.
I watched Commando, Predator, Bloodsport, Red Heat, all in the same night, and this is what happened.
Oh god. But yeah, so he I guess this is where he makes his way into the compound, and he just starts randomly killing people. It's great.
It's subtle at first, you see him setting up like claymore mines and sort of, knifing people, and very slowly, because he has to press the button on the knife to get the blood to flow, very slowly slitting necks instead of like, and he like stabs the guy in his gut. No, it's the heart. You get them, and you either stab them in the neck or you stab them in the heart for a very quick death and silent death. So he's killing all these guys with knives and stuff, putting down these claymores. They're thinking, all right, this guy's, he's doing this subtly. He's
solid snaking it. Isn't he?
He's covert. He's got his camo on. He's got his black Sharpie out, and he's put his camo on him. And then he just like runs across the road, and the watchtower guy's just like,
It's like he just gets to that point where he's like, "Oh, this is taking too long. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. It's time to just fucking waste everyone now."
And nobody can
behind him and shooting, and he just doesn't die.
Yeah, nobody can hit him. Clearly, like, these are literally the worst soldiers that have ever been in all of warfare.
Yeah, there's a line earlier between El Presidente and Bennett, and one of the soldiers is trying to act hard in front of Bennett's like, I don't know why Bennett thinks it's hard, because the guy says, stabbing a girl is like putting a knife through butter. What's hard about stabbing a 12-year-old girl or whatever? It's not exactly tough, mate. And it's like, I laugh at your men trying to act hard. It's like me and Matrix, we could kill all of them. And it's just like, well, one of them is actually going to do that in a scene. They're going to actually kill all of your troops. Yes, they are that shit. They've only been trained to stab 12-year-old girls.
They're that shit. I think even Bennett could probably take them out.
Yeah. It'd have to take a few breathers, though.
Someone's mentioning here that the circular saw blade balding scene was brilliant. Yeah, we'll come to that in a second. That was great.
Oh god, yeah, that whole shed scene, that's kind of like so out of place in the rest of the movie.
It really is.
Like, wow. Was there a different director that stepped in for that scene, or what? Just that kind of gets graphic, where everything's a little bit cartoonish with the squibs. That's just, heads are coming off, arms are coming off. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I remember watching that because remember I was saying like I watched this as a kid and like one of us had recorded it and we were seeing it that way. It must have been on TV, but it was like censored for TV version. So that shed scene, like back when I was a kid, was so cut down. It's like they open the door, they go in, you see him swinging down, and then he just like there's some screams, and then he's just away with a machine gun.
Right.
Everything else has been cut out of it because it was too graphic, and so I was always left scratching my head like, what the fuck just happened there? That was really odd. And then it wasn't until years later where I saw the proper uncensored version. I'm like, that's what happened.
Well, I've ordered because of this. I've ordered the Commando director's cut, and I want to see in the director's cut if there's anything new or a little bit more graphic than in the original version. I bet it's the exact same version. They just put director's cut on it to sell it to wankers like me.
I mean, like I'd be interested to see what the difference is.
I'll tell you. I'll let you know if there's anything I can see that's any different at all when it arrives.
Yeah, but where did we get to again? So he's spotted and he just goes into full on like don't give a shit mode. Starts mowing people down. He's running away from these sheds and triggers the claymores that are somehow like radio controlled. And we get to see the same building explode about 6 or 7 times.
That's set up in the shop. It is the claymore. The remote claymores are set up in the shop when he's going shopping. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just. I think I was just sort of saying like normally they wouldn't be. Like I think they need a wire to detonate them. It needs to be physically connected to the detonator, but it's just a little thing. It doesn't really matter.
Bluetooth, man, in 1985. Bluetooth.
Yeah, they had it. They had it figured.
Wi-Fi claymores.
It was like right at the beginning when Bennett's boat gets blown up and like Cook's there with a comically massive radio detonator.
And a big red button.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing, if there was any passing civilians, like any witnesses, they'd be like, yep, I've just totally twigged what's happened here.
Did you see anything suspicious when the boat blew up? Well, there's this guy at the dock. He got out this ridiculously large remote control antenna, which just kept coming up and up and up. Then he pressed the big red button and it blew up. So I don't know. I don't think I saw anything. I think everything was fine.
In chat here, they're saying Arnold just stared at the claymores when he wanted them to detonate, and they blew up out of fear.
Yeah, blow up. Okay.
But yeah, so they blow up the buildings, and they're clearly just prefabs that are like they've got nothing inside them. But it doesn't. There's loads of flames and explosions, and it looks great. It's real.
Yes.
And even the
propped up dummies,
even the dummies outside are impressed by these explosions. They're standing there in awe, and they don't go down.
And it is the most obvious, hilarious explosion shots, and nobody cares. Nobody's there going, this is pathetic. Because no, everyone's just like, no, we get it. We get it. You can't have real people there, but we need to make sure that you're aware. A lot of people got blowed up.
Yeah. And man, they make the most of that shot because you see it from so many different angles.
Oh yeah, they got the cameras set up for that.
And if you're not paying attention, it's enough to convince you that like maybe there's a large number of buildings getting blown up here. When in reality it's just one, but it's just like you're seeing it from so many different points of view. But yeah, it's good. It's enough for him to wipe out that entire area, and of course everyone else gets annihilated and knocked over and stuff, except him. He just runs off.
Arnold, yeah, even the guys that are like 2 foot away from Arnold, that are like 300 meters away from the building, they die. Arnold doesn't. He just carries on. He just carries on running.
Yeah, no shit's given.
Yeah, he's got an army to kill.
And then I think it's just one-man army mode where he just he goes into a whole bunch of shooting with all his different guns. There's loads of grenades going off, which is great to watch because you actually it's well shot. I'll give them that. But you can see that some of the guys running across the lawn, they're standing on like spring-loaded pads that throw them up into the air, and you can see the pads like just suddenly stand upright.
Yes.
But the camera kind of it moves quickly, so you don't see it unless you're paying attention. But
and they do a
again,
nice triple Salco in the air, you know.
yeah. And this is I guess what you had to do like before you had CGI. I love as well how
This is better than CGI. This is better than CGI.
Yeah,
Much
it really
better.
is.
Yeah,
Real stuntmen get thrown out.
These are real guys, real stuntmen throwing themselves around for our viewing pleasure. Again, and it just makes it feel that little bit more real. Everything in this movie feels real.
Yeah.
If this film was made today, there would be so much would just feel fake.
Yeah.
The plane would be a CGI plane. Would see external CGI plane shots. The explosions would be CGI explosion shots. The build, there'd be so much that would be fake that would just take you out. You're never taken out of the movie. It's genuine. It's earnest. Nothing takes you out of it. So you are always there for the ride. You're not thinking, well, that monster looks a bit silly. I know that's a CGI monster. No, everything is real, and that's what made movies so great. That's what makes CGI for all the great effects and great ships and all that and lighting that you can do with CGI, particularly in space and sci-fi and whatnot. There's no substitute for realism.
Absolutely. This is what I was saying to Gary Nerdrotic a week ago when we were talking about Star Trek 6, how they in that when there's space battles going on, it's real model ships that they're using, and so when they explode, it's real explosions and it's all pyrotechnics and stuff, and it's just a million times more satisfying to watch than some crappy CGI that's all just predetermined by a computer.
Yeah, I mean, that stream was a bit too good for me because I started to tune in and watch, and I watched for about 8 minutes or so, and I was like, "Fuck it, I gotta watch the film."
Yeah, yeah.
So I actually ended up leaving the stream. I'm so sorry. Downloading Star Trek 6 and watching Star Trek 6 and just being like, that was magnificent. And then on Friday Night Tights, Gary and I ended up having a moment where we just everyone else just shut up and Gary and I were just talking Star Trek 6 for 10 minutes or so.
Oh, it was so good, man, because I hadn't watched it for a good many years, and obviously I had to do it for that stream, and it's just such a pleasure to watch. I don't think I even I don't think I even left. Like I wasn't looking at my phone, I wasn't fucking around, I didn't go and make a coffee or anything like that. I was just like glued to the screen, just watching it from start to finish.
I went for a shower. When I was downloading, I grabbed a shower, and then I came back down, and I was literally just sat naked on the sofa after the shower with my laptop on my belly, just watching the movie. and I just couldn't stop. It was just, and it was beautiful. Beautiful is the word. But yeah, it's that realism. It's that authenticity that captivates you. I mean, the film's absolutely amazing, and the script is fantastic and whatnot. But that realism is what really can drive a film forward as well. So yeah, screw all that. Thanks. I know I'm really sorry about that image, folks. I do apologize.
Don't apologize, as that's going to stay with me forever.
Nobody needs to think of me naked on the sofa with my iPad on my belly. Nobody needs to think about that again. Okay. So with just these grenades going off and these explosions and the squibs and everything like that, everything felt authentic and and it just enhanced the film. It enhances the film. It enhances the experience. Yeah.
And I like when one guy finally manages to throw a grenade near Arnold. It takes about 10 minutes to go off, so it gives him a chance to move.
Yeah. He didn't cook it. He didn't cook it.
Yeah, amateur. But yeah, so he's injured and he has to retreat into a shed. And that's when, like you say, it's almost like they switch directors and they go into kind of horror movie mode for a minute. But they blast the shit out of the shed, and you think, oh, well, they must have done something to him there. But no, they open the door, and he just like swings down from the roof somehow, and starts like destroying people with axes and circular saws and anything he can get his hands on, basically.
Well, the what's it called? It's just, I forget what it's called. The one with the 3 prongs.
Pitchfork.
Pitchfork, yeah. So yeah, he sticks the pitchfork in the first guy, throws the first saw blade, takes the top of the guy's head off. He's like, what? That's the pitchfork. You could kind of be like, okay, that still fits with the film.
Yeah.
But when he throws that saw blade and the top of the guy's head comes off, you're like, what? Wow. There's brain there and everything.
He throws a second one and it goes straight into a guy's throat, but you can see the guys having to kind of hold it in place.
Yes. Look, I watched Measure of a Man today from Star Trek The Next Generation, and they have to give Riker a silver rubber cylinder that's meant to be duridium or something for Data to bend. And like he gives it to Data and they've got to hold it so it doesn't look like rubber, and then Data bends it and then he has to give it back, and then Riker sort of gets in the way of the camera so he can take it back in the same position that Brent Spiner gives it to him, so it doesn't look like it's. Then he turns around so it does. You can't see the plastic bending or the rubber bending. Then it cuts so they can put down something which looks a little bit more stable on the desk, which is completely different to the other one.
Oh,
but they gotta hold shit like that in place so it doesn't fall off. But it's great. It's great. It works.
It must have been such a laugh to shoot. And then he just hacks a guy's fucking arm off.
Yes. Just cuts the fucker off. That's what I was just like, what has happened? This has now become a horror movie.
But you don't even see what happens to the guy. Like, he hacks his arm off and then he just goes, ah! And then the camera cuts to a different scene.
Yeah, it's just that he just like picks his gun up and moves on or some shit. It's like, what? I'm picking up my guns, I'm picking up more guns, and I'm gonna shoot more shit.
This is when I think the movie reaches peak 80s action movie territory, when it's Arnold going around shirtless, striding around with a heavy machine gun, just hip firing and just destroying everything in his path. It's just epic.
Those bullets in. I think it's an M60. It's an M60 just feeding the M60.
Yeah, it looks like
one-handed. God, you try holding an M60 with one hand. Fucking I dare you.
Yeah, never mind firing it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's beautiful. Just beautiful shirtless Arnold, caked in sweat and dirt. Homoeroticism at its finest.
I'm getting turned on now. Yes.
Mowing down guys. Yeah. This is some guys getting off on this. Some guys legit getting off on it.
Still, nobody can hit him.
Point blank.
He's not even trying to take cover or anything. He's just walking around doing his thing.
Oh yeah, we've got the guy that fucking hatchets a guy in his nuts as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because he reverses the axe and just swings up the way with it.
Yeah. Instead of cutting it cuts the arm off and then swamp. The axe goes straight to his ball sack. Oh! Like, fucking brilliant. Oh, God.
Oh man. Yeah, so he's pretty much, he annihilates what's left of the troops that are there, and that's when he has to fight El Presidente, who's really, really awkward with a gun. Like,
but he's kicking doors in first. He just walks into the building. He's kicking doors and just going, Jenny.
Jenny, where are you?
Jenny, where are you? Jenny? And there's like a guy like round the corner going, come on. And then he just turns in and Arnold's like, fuck out of here, bitch.
It's you can totally picture that because I've done it so many times in like Modern Warfare or whatever, where it's like you're in a room, you know, someone's just about to burst in, so you get the perfect position, you're covered, you know, you've got your gun on the door. It's like, all I need to do is mow this guy down when he comes in, and then he comes in and you choke and you fucking miss, and then he just guns you down. It's like, oh fuck, I had one thing to do.
I had one job. And that guy's job ended very good.
That's it, yeah. He had the drop on him and he still screwed it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he has to fight El Presidente, who's, yeah, like I say, the actor is just terrible with a gun. He's like really hesitant, and you can see he's blinking every time he fires. Like he didn't get the weapons training that Arnold did.
No, and I love it when he's shooting at him through the windows. I love the way they switched to the very quick stuntman that runs across.
That is a cool scene, though. When he sweeps his gun right along on full automatic. The glass is shattering just behind the guy as he sprints along. Like it's a well shot scene.
Yeah,
and it looks great. Really,
the cinematography in this film's great.
Yeah,
it's great. You know, the shots are good. There's no sort of like, you know, the angles are good. It's dynamic. There are relatively quick cuts, so it feels more paced. And the lighting is superb. So yeah, they're getting it's a well shot movie. This 80s had some very well shot movies.
Yeah, definitely. I love the grain that you get in films back then as well. You don't get that anymore. They always look clean and like crisp and everything. And I kind of miss just film grain. Yeah. Again, it just feels better.
Yeah, it feels like it's being made on something more authentic again, instead of a computer in ILM or somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, so they have this weird back and forth where one guy's in cover, the other one fires, and then he goes in cover and the other guy fires, and it's just like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then the guy just, you know, goes up to the top of a set of stairs, and Arnold just guns him down with a shotgun, puts about 6 rounds into him.
One shot, he's flying out that window anyway. Never mind all of them.
And then that just leaves Bennett.
But as soon as he does that, you suddenly just hear Alyssa Milano's voice going, "Daddy!"
Yeah. Again, like, yeah, if this was reality or anything approaching it, like, he would have to search for hours to try and find where she'd gone.
Because she's playing hide and seek with Bennett by now, of course.
Yeah, I should mention she managed to escape the room she was being held in just by wedging the door handle into a piece of wood to like pull it out. And I love when Bennett goes in to kill her, and he finds that she's run away, and he just charges straight through this wooden barricade.
Yeah, that is a great scene though. That is a great look. Just a bull.
So he goes after her, and so Arnold goes down into the basement where Bennett is. But Bennett manages to catch up to his daughter before Arnold can get there, and then shoots him. Damn, Arnold's been hurt.
No.
Like, this is the only guy in the movie that can actually hurt him.
Just barely.
Yeah. just tags him in the arm.
Yeah.
And to be fair, there's a lot of arm to go around. So
yeah, it's a big arm in all fairness.
Yeah.
But there's some great lines here. It's just like, God, John, just pop your head out, mate. I'll put it on between your eyes for old time's sake, and all this kind of stuff. And it's, Bennett, you don't need the gun, Bennett. Bennett, you don't need the gun. You wanna do it with a knife. You wanna make it personal. You wanna see, look in my eyes as you twist the knife. Bennett's just he's having an orgasm. So
it's like, I can beat you, John.
Yeah. So I don't need the gun, John. I don't need the gun. And he like throws the gun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you.
Their fight is incredible.
I fucking love it, man.
Watching a podgy middle-aged man trying to like swing a knife at Arnold Schwarzenegger. And what's amazing is whenever they get into a grapple, like, they're evenly matched.
Yes.
Like, how?
Yeah, I mean, it's not as if Bennett's even got big arms.
No, he's
What a big
just a
belly.
regular dude.
He's not got big arms or anything. It's not like defined arms. He's just got mass. That's all that Bennett has got is mass. Whereas Arnold, his fucking biceps the size of Bennett's head, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. And it's just, when you see them, they're circling each other, and Bennett's like, crouched down with his gut hanging out, and Arnold's just there, this like glistening mountain of muscle, just ready to kill him. That's amazing.
Yeah, they're just smacking each other around, and it's just red meat slapping on red meat again, and it's all the kind of stuff that you want in an 80s movie. And
Bennett can rip doors off boilers and throw them at him.
Smack it on Arnold, and Arnold's back, and that's fine. Apparently, it doesn't even sit. I was waiting for something to actually happen. I want for him to either the fire to scald somebody's face, or the door when he was smacking Arnold on the back to like burn his back or something. But no.
Yeah, it's really anticlimactic, isn't it? It's just like they hold each other in front of the boiler, so they're both close to the flames, and then they just move on to a different bit. And this is genuinely one of my favorite moments in all of movie history, when Arnold punches him into a generator, and the guy's screaming in agony, and there's sparks flying everywhere, and he's getting electrocuted. But then he just like launches himself straight off this thing and throws himself straight back into the fight. And he's stronger than before. Like electricity actually recharges this dude.
Yeah. It's the electricity, the electric shocks have charged up Bennett. He was like 67% charged. But doing that, he went, whoop. He's now
Bennett's at his limit break, man.
Yeah, he's his limit. He hit his finishing move on Arnold. He just came out, bop, bop, bop. Just getting Arnold. Arnold had his back. He hits him so hard. He's got his back to Bennett, and he's on his knees, and Bennett's just walloping his kidneys. And Arnold's,
and he's even going like, "Oh, John, I feel good."
Yeah, he's totally getting off on it again. Oh yeah. Oh, how's it feel to die, John? I went, bullshit. And it just comes back with his million hits and million jump cuts, doing all these hits.
Oh, that's incredible. That's something you never get now, but you got it in 80s movies. Like you say, jump cuts so that it seems like he's getting hit like
yeah, it's awesome. Absolutely awesome. And then, Bennett gets his ass knocked on the ground. His nose is all busted open. And he's like, I said I wasn't going to shoot you, John. I lied. He's
like, I'm not going to shoot you between the eyes. I'm going to shoot you between the balls. Of course, Arnold just wrenches a fucking pipe right off the wall and throws it through him.
And then we get the best line in the whole movie, or probably the most well-known line in the whole movie. Let off some steam, Bennett.
He threw it that hard that it went through Bennett and through the metal boiler behind him. That's just incredible.
The PSI with that must have been off the hook, man. What the fuck? That is some crazy strength that you had left. Yeah.
I mean, he didn't even need a gun. He could have just took a box of bullets and thrown them at people.
Well, that sort of penetration, yes. But there again, that's what Charlie Sheen does in the Hot Shot Part Deux.
He does, yeah. I love that moment.
It's just great. Just takes the bullets, throws it at them, they all die. That was a great one as well. The parody version of this is fantastic, of course.
Oh, it really is. When he's on the boat and he's firing so many bullets that they bury him.
Yeah. More bloodier than RoboCop. Most bloody movie ever. Bing, 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 bing. That is a sequel being better than its original. Is Hot Shot.
Yeah. It was a glorious movie.
Yeah,
genuinely great.
And then he just picks up his daughter, sticks her on his shoulder, and just walks out just as the general arrives with the backup. Do you
Yeah,
leave
he's-
anything for us, John? Only bodies.
Yeah. I love even then how the general's like, I'd really like you to start up your old unit again, John. It's like,
Yeah,
you really think this is the time, mate?
yeah, to discuss. You want to talk business now? Right now? But it's just the way that everyone just looks at him with like lovingly longing eyes. He's just like, he's so amazing. He's just-
I love how he's always carrying his daughter places as well. Like he does it at the beginning in their montage. It's like she's got legs, she can walk around.
yeah. but there again, yeah, because when she gets captured and they put her in the room, all she does is sit down. Her legs are too weak for her to walk for long stretches at a time.
She's that weak, like even Bennett could catch up to her.
Yeah, even fucking Bennett, who needs a respirator to run 5 meters, can catch up to her and play hide and seek and win.
Watching Bennett trying to vault those railings, man, I was genuinely nervous for the guy. Come on, you can do it.
We got to get this done in one take, otherwise
Vernon's only got one in him. Come on.
Otherwise, we're coming back tomorrow to try again.
Man.
Oh God.
And that's pretty much it. Like he just gets in the plane and flies off with his daughter and Cindy.
Comes out and it's kind of like, hey, look, I found a mother for you.
Yeah. This is your mom now.
Yeah, I take you. You're my wife now.
Until she angers me.
He does a Papa Lazarou. This is, you're my wife now.
I like how no one tries to stop them as well. Like he's killed hundreds of people. It's like, don't you need to like explain yourself or have a debriefing or something? He just gets in the plane and leaves. It's amazing.
They keep explaining that though. They keep every time something that Arnold does happens, they just go, call the general, he'll sort it out.
Yeah.
Just give it to that guy. He'll sort everything out. He'll sort
how many murders does this poor general had to cover up in his career?
Tens of thousands. Arnold went into Paris and killed everyone one day by mistake.
He's like single-handedly tackling overpopulation.
We need, oh my God, our republic is just as too many people. We can't feed them all. Don't worry, I sort it out.
I'm going to need more bullets.
Yeah. You should eat them as well. It's good protein, make you strong. No, I don't want to do this.
Did you know that they were going to do a sequel to this movie? And it was about him going to LA and being involved, like being in a skyscraper when it gets taken over by terrorists.
Yes,
that was going to be the plot of it, and it was eventually morphed into Die Hard.
No, that is a myth.
Is it? I thought it was true.
That is a myth. No, it's a myth.
You're destroying my childhood.
I know. I'm sorry. Die Hard was made off its own book. Die Hard was made, actually, it was a sequel. Instead of taking the guy's first book, they took the guy's second book. It was actually a sequel to a guy's book. And they created it. But yeah, it's an urban myth or a Hollywood myth. I don't know what you want to call it. That Commando 2 is actually gonna be Die Hard, and it was morphed into Die Hard. But no, the writer or the producer or somebody has categorically denied that was ever the case. But it's a lovely story.
If only it could have been.
Oh,
Damn.
well, I mean, I will say that you'll have people arguing that Die Hard is the greatest action movie of all time. So if that had happened, we could have not had the greatest action movie of all time. Commando 2 did happen, though. In 2017, they made a Commando 2.
I've heard about this, and there's a Commando 3 apparently, isn't there?
Is there a Commando 3 as well?
I saw an image for it for the front cover, and I can't tell you anything more than that because that's all I cared to look for. But yeah, it definitely exists.
Well, Commando 2 is so good that you could actually watch it for free on Amazon Prime.
That's a sign of quality.
You don't even have to buy. I had to purchase Commando for £3.99, which I was very happy to do, by the way. I thought that's cheap at half the price, but I'm still getting a physical copy because you need to have your physical copies. But this is the this is the current day Commando 2 synopsis. India's most wanted black money agent, Vicky Kedar, gets arrested in Malaysia and is kept in a safe house. Does this sound familiar, by the way? By the authorities, along with his wife. A team of 4 is being sent to Malaysia to bring them to India. This is an Indian. It's an Indian film.
It's a Bollywood Commando, basically.
Yes, but it's Commando 2. So I think it's kind of like Asylum. They're stealing the fact that there's been a Commando and just putting Commando, the Black Money Trail Commando 2. However you want to phrase it. So yes, it's a from Hollywood to Bollywood with the sequel.
I would have loved to have seen a genuine sequel to this, though. Like maybe late 80s, early 90s with Arnold. You know, maybe his daughter's grown up a bit.
He flat turned it down. He just flat turned it down. Yeah, I mean they leave it. There's a bit of sequel bait at the end.
Yeah,
because he's just like, no, I'm done. And then either him, I can't remember which one it was. Either he says on top of it, or the Colonel says, "Until next time."
Yeah, that's the Colonel.
Yeah, so it's just like, okay, so there's a little bit of sequel bait here. But then he, of course, went on to Predator, which was much bigger for him. That was, I think, really established Arnold as a household name. Because remember, this Commando came out after Terminator. So Terminator
I think it was, Conan the Barbarian kind of brought him to people's attention in Hollywood. Yes. Then he followed it up with Terminator, which again, a fairly low budget movie, but it did really well, and obviously grew in popularity over the years, so that certainly helped him. He did a bunch of other films, like I can never remember the order of them in the 80s, like 80s Arnold, but Commando was just, I guess for him it was just a generic action flick, probably not done on a huge budget if the multiple exploding houses is anything to go by. And then he graduated to bigger things like Predator, like you say, and then went and did Terminator 2, which was like the biggest movie ever at the time. So,
he probably was 10 million. Oh, well, 9 million, it says actually. $9 million. So that would have been in 85?
I mean, that's probably
what, $50-60 million movie today?
I don't think it'd be as much as that. It's probably more like 20 or 30 by today's money.
Okay. Yeah. So pretty cheap. And the box office did 57.5 million. So it made a lot of money.
Well, that's a pretty good return.
Yeah, probably made about 20 mil profit after everything was paid out. Yeah.
And I imagine it's over the years it's grown into this like cult classic, and I think it's one of those quintessential 80s action movies. That if you're a fan of that kind of thing, you just need to watch it because it's fantastic. Like we were saying earlier, for a movie that's less than 90 minutes long, like it moves along at a great pace. It doesn't waste time on exposition. There's not a huge amount of character development in it. It doesn't need it. It's all about the action and the fun, and it doesn't take itself too seriously, but it's just serious enough to kind of get you invested in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like perfect in a way, in as much as there isn't any waste. This is like Arnold. It's all muscle and no fat.
Yeah.
It's unapologetic in what it wants to be. It's like, we're gonna give you guns, we're gonna give you blood, and we're gonna give you titties. That's what every growing man needs nowadays.
Yeah,
and so
that's all we're looking for.
Yeah, it was a film made for men, boys and men. Because even though it was an 18, it was clearly made for boys as well. Boys who loved action films. So this was made for boys and men, and to look up to get your alpha male fix, to get your power fantasy. which is what we just don't get a lot of nowadays. You know, you can look at The Rock and yeah, he's phenomenal, and I love The Rock and everything, but I'd love it if The Rock was in some hardcore not porn, hardcore, action, proper, not Vietnam or anything like that, like a Commander, proper hardcore, get out there and blow some fucking heads off type of.
Like an R-rated movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just it's what we're missing now, and the movies now are just so kind of sanitized and safe. There's exceptions, obviously. You still get the occasional gem, but like not to the extent you used to. So
but you don't get action like this.
No,
this is this move. These type of movies, they kind of. I mean, they were beginning to phase out in the 90s, and from 2000 onwards, I can't even think since the turn of the century.
Well, I think they go through different phases. I think by the time you get sort of mid to late 90s, I think they moved a lot into martial arts type movies. So they wanted actors who were, agile, and they could do really cool choreographed fight scenes. You know, then you get The Matrix, which completely took over with that style of action movie.
Well, you've reminded me, because early 2000s, early noughties, we kind of went through a fascination. I actually made a joke in the private message to you about it. We went through the fascination of Chinese martial art films.
Yeah.
But arty ones like Hero, House of Flying Daggers, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. A lot of those type of movies were coming out in the early noughties, and we were Expendables. Yeah, there's a good one. That's probably the only one, but even that got sanitized. That got sanitized. That's the Expendables was light compared to something like Commando or Terminator or Predator, I should really say.
Yeah.
So we kind of went through that fascination. I got into those. I love those films. But yeah, I think Expendables was certainly an attempt to get that sort of feel back. But the problem with Expendables is they were using the same people, and obviously they were in their 60s and stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of that was just then playing on the nostalgia and the novelty of seeing, Stallone and Willis and Schwarzenegger all together on screen, which you never really got before. Like that was pretty cool, but it's all just a big nostalgia trip. And like you say, that they're all old by that point and not really that capable of doing the cool stuff that they could do before. Stallone, to some extent, he's still in phenomenal shape for a guy of his age.
Well, I mean, he's unapologetic. He's an unapologetic steroid user.
Yeah,
and if you know how to use steroids properly, then you get a lot of use out of it. And he's got a lot of use out of it.
Yeah.
It was awful for CGI blood. Yeah, it did have a lot of, the squib was gone, and we had the awful CGI splats. Ugh.
I loved John Rambo. So it would have been like Rambo 4, where they're in Burma. That was a throwback to that kind of gory R-rated action. And the fight scene at the end is just incredible, where he's destroying people with the heavy machine gun, and people are getting blasted apart, and it's brilliant bit of action.
I died laughing at the end of Rambo 3.
Is that the one in Afghanistan? Yeah. They're up against the entire Russian army, and it's like
his knees fine. It's like, what? Blow your fucking leg off, bitch.
Yeah. What do you say, John? Fuck them.
Yeah. Some people are saying Dredd. Yeah, Dredd's a good example, actually.
Yes.
Dredd, probably more so than any other. Definitely more so than Expendables. Yeah, Dredd would feel at home in the 1980s. That film I love Dredd. I think it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Again, that is a film that really sets its stall out. Small concept, but great greatly executed.
Yes.
You could have put Dread in the 80s and it would work. It would work really well.
Yeah. Such a shame it didn't get better coverage. I don't know if
America,
it was
they let
badly
them go.
marketed.
It did well abroad. It was it just didn't do well in America at all, which is such a shame because it's a legitimately good movie. Carl Urban was fantastic in it. Anderson was great. Mama is awesome. She's a horrible villain. Lena Headey plays her really well indeed. Again, you've kind of got not so much the ticking clock, but you've got the climb with this one. You get it, you're climbing up, so you still have the progression. You got the rogue judges. It's got everything that you need. You got blood, real blood, and fucking great film. Dread is fucking brilliant.
Yeah. Not a complex plot, but it doesn't need it. Like you say, it's all about the atmosphere and the setting and the action and Dread himself. All of that stuff's great. There's a couple of people mentioned Extraction with Chris Hemsworth on Netflix.
Yet to see that.
Yeah, it's good. I recommend it. Again, much like Dread, pretty simplistic plot, but good action, well shot. Hemsworth knows what he's about when it comes to doing fight scenes and stuff. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Thought it was a good film.
And Dread, I think Dread is to go quickly back to Dread. It's a great film for taking a female character and legitimately empowering her. Like at the beginning, Anderson is a bit of a mess, and by the end, you're with her. You're with her on a journey. Like when he says to her at the end of the film, he says, "Are you ready?" And then she's like, "Yeah," and she's like properly like, "Yeah," and he's like, "You look ready."
She's grown into a judge.
Exactly. She's gone through the experience. She's earned her stripes. She's listened to him, and it's at the end when they're both going around fucking cleaning house. It's like fucking badass. Yeah, great film. Hell yeah.
Nice.
God, yeah. Fuck, I love films.
I love good films. Love good action films.
Yeah, bad films not so much.
We've got quite a few super chats. If you're all right, stick around. We can have a bash at them.
Back the audience, yeah.
All right. Hazmat Sad Boy says, "Here's some money. Enjoy the $6 while YouTube takes the rest." Yeah. They got to get their cut always. Yeah. Charles Caballero says, "We all know that if Private Hudson was teamed up with Hawk from Cobra Kai." God, you love Cobra Kai, man. Against the aliens, Hudson is still alive. My question is, who would have killed more aliens, Hudson or the legendary Hawk? I probably would put my money on Hudson because he's armed.
Yeah.
Hudson Hawk. There you go. Charles Caballero again. Given that you, Drinker, and Az are fans of manly movies, will there be live casts of Rocky? I'd pay $100 for that super chat. Running Man, Total Recall, etc. P.S. I heard Arnold's book is fucking legendary. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to cover a Rocky movie or two. I absolutely love the series.
I love 1, 2, 3, 4, not so much. 5.
No, maybe not 5. 6, love.
6, yes. Yeah, so yeah, first 3, 6, good. Some of them are great. Never mind, good. Running Man, I love it. Absolutely adore Running Man. That's another just Arnold classic, 80s classic, unapologetic.
Yep.
Maybe a bit too similar to this in as much as what we would say, or what would be said.
Yeah.
Something like I love that. I love the testosterone movie. I think they're very important. Nowadays we hear the term toxic masculinity, but it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's just masculinity.
Yeah.
And these are just movies for dudes to get their power fantasy, and power fantasies are very important, and they're being taken away. They've been taken away in films. They've been taken away in comics. They've been taken away in a lot of media. that's probably why a lot of people gravitate towards first-person shooter video games now, because it's kind of one of the last bastions of testosterone kind of power fantasy. And go on, sorry.
No, sorry, I'll let you finish. I
was going to say, I'd rather have somebody playing COD than actually going around in the street with a real gun. So,
yeah. I mean, yeah, like exactly as you say. Like, I think when it comes to these movies, you take elements from them. You don't literally think that you're going to be going around with a machine gun mowing down armies of soldiers, but you see guys, grown men kicking ass and getting shit done the way they want to do it. And it subconsciously, it just plants that little seed of like, I could be a bit like that. That's how men are supposed to be. They're supposed to get shit done. They're supposed to stand up for themselves. They're supposed to be fearless. They're supposed to take on the world and get, take what they want from it. That's a good thing. That's what you need to succeed in life. And if you get a little element of that from seeing films like this, then that's all to the good. If you see films that are just a constant diet of like, you're wrong, you're a bit broken, like the way you see the world is all wrong and you need to be fixed somehow. You're not as good as other people who are in a different demographic, shall we say. That sort of thing, if that's all you're exposed to, that's just going to destroy your morale, man.
Yeah.
It's going to slowly but surely chip away at you. And that's what you see in people who've never grown up with these movies. They miss that.
Yeah, people aren't stupid. Films like this, it doesn't make you want to pick up a gun and run out and shoot people. It appeals. Your brain can pick out what it's appealing to, and it's appealing to being a little bit more assertive, being a little more confident. It's appealing to those aspects of you. And literally demonstrating how to use and utilize your masculinity. Yep. Whereas now, we get all these films where we just got, the characters in movies of today, I would just say to them this.
Perhaps we could get one of the females to breastfeed you.
That's the kind of characters that they are. They're just so fucking soy based and browbeat, and it's always the woman now which takes on the role of the man. Yeah. And the weird thing is, it's wrong, and it's not wrong because there's a female lead. That's not the wrong aspect. All they've done is they've put the female in the male role, and she now exhibits the male characteristics, which goes against her own characteristics.
Yeah,
Allison in Dredd is a female and is feminine throughout the whole of the film. But that doesn't stop her from being badass. It doesn't stop her from being assertive when she needs to be assertive. It doesn't stop her from growing. It doesn't stop her from having an arc. Whereas Dredd is Dredd throughout the whole film. Even in this, in Commando, Cindy serves a purpose. She's got great comeback lines. She's not a victim. In actual fact, she starts off as the victim and puts herself into the situation and starts to aid. So instead of just gender swapping or trying to browbeat males, that's why these films are not succeeding, because men who will go to the cinema and spend their money on these things are not getting the right messages from them. They're not getting anything out of them that they feel will enhance them or enhance their experience. All they're getting is your secondary, your beta, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. Whereas these movies are proactive. Get out, be more proactive, be more assertive, be more confident, believe in yourself more, succeed. These are great messages to give to young boys, because they could be translated, because like I said, it's not a literal translation of get your gun and go out and shoot people. You take it and you can put it into anything. You can take it into mathematics and apply yourself stronger, harder, better, revise more, learn more. You can put it into physicality. You can put it into going to the gym. You can put it into sports. You can put it into, again, it's promoting self-improvement and embetterment of you as a person. And yeah, it's gone. It's gone. We've got fucking Luke drinking tit milk.
Yeah. And I think it, guys, especially young guys, right, have got a kind of energy about them that girls don't have. And that's not to say that, one's better than the other, or that girls are lacking in motivation or anything, but guys have got this burning kind of energy inside them, and you have got to utilize it. It's got to be directed to something productive, because if it's not, you've seen it yourself, man, probably, it just turns destructive. And then they get into they get into gangs, they start fighting, they start drinking, and then before you know it, they've totally ruined their lives, right?
Yeah.
People have known this forever, since the dawn of time. You've got to take young guys and you've got to direct them to something, to harness that. And if you don't, you're going to ruin them. But they're not getting to use that now. In fact, they're being told that energy and that fire that they have is wrong, that it's toxic, and then they need to deny it, or they need to push it down somehow, because repressing stuff like that is definitely the way to go. Can't see that causing problems.
Yeah, repression never causes problems, dude. Never. Oof.
Yeah. So you end up with, a whole generations of young guys who are just angry and confused, and they don't know why, and they don't know what they're missing, but they know that they're lacking something. And this is what you get. And it turns to self-destructiveness.
This is the same problem that comics has had with the destruction of the male archetype there as well. People like me, for instance, I came from a single parent family. I've known my father for 6 years of my life, and he was a twat for those 6 years that I knew him. So out of those 6 years, I was just with my mother. So you look for the paternal, you look for the father figure replacement, and with 50% of marriages ending in divorce, there's a lot of children that don't have access to a father, at least a lot of the time. They might get them on visitation, etc., or see them at weekends, or whatever the deal is between the husband and the ex-husband and ex-wife. And so these sort of role models, these sort of masculine role models, are very important in a young mind to find that element, because your mother can provide X amount, but she can't provide the masculine aspect of it.
No, exactly. And so she's not going to understand that.
Yes.
Like I say, that when you get to that age and you start having that kind of fire and energy, and she's not going to get that. And she's not going to understand how to help you with it. You need a guy. You need a man who's been through it to direct you.
And you need that surrogate. You need that surrogate father. You need that driving force. You need that voice that tells you how to conduct yourself, how to be moral, how to be a better person, how to push yourself and succeed. You need that masculine element, that primal element as well. We are primal beings at the end of the day, and we need those to feed other aspects, the hunter-gatherer aspect in us. All of these things, they need to be satiated, and they can be satiated in different ways, in healthy ways. They can be satiated through movies. They can be satiated through sex. They can be satiated through teaching. All these, there's so many different ways in which to do it. But the more it gets pulled away, the more that gets we get told that it's toxic, that it's evil, that it's wrong, that it should be repressed. The more it's just going to build up and build up and build up, and then it comes out in multiple different ways.
Yeah,
and never good.
Exactly. I feel lucky. You've obviously grown up into a well-adjusted person. I was lucky enough to have a father and a mother, who were both loving people. So I grew up in a lucky household, I suppose, we certainly didn't have much money or anything, but like I had good parents who were there, and so I had that male role model.
Yeah,
growing up. But then I see so many people who lack it, and if they're not given anything to stand in for that, they just go off the rails, man. I've seen it so many times when a teenager, growing up. And
yeah. I mean, I saw it with other guys. Yeah, I saw it with other guys, and they ended up being bullies. They ended up, shoplifting, getting into crime. Things that they try to push themselves into to make them feel more alpha, more masculine. These the vast majority of them were from families that were broken families, divorcee families.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you give people a direction, you give people a hobby, you give somewhere for them to channel their anger, channel their rage, channel the disappointment, whatever it may be, and it can be converted into a positive thing.
Yeah. Basically, what we're saying is every young guy should sit down and watch Commando.
Yes, watch Commando.
That'll fix you.
It's got everything you need.
Lessons for life.
Blood, violence, hits. Boom.
Yeah, that's the three main components of life.
Yeah.
Louis the Plank here has said, remember when I said I would kill you last? I lied. Yeah, it's a classic line.
Great line.
Lord Thoth says, going commando while watching Commando and drinking. That's a solid choice. I recommend it. I mean, it cuts down on your laundry if you go commando as well, so everyone's the winner.
True. Got to do that tomorrow. Bummer. I mean, laundry, not going commando.
Yeah. Well, it depends how long it takes you to do the laundry, I suppose.
Yeah. I might have to go commando. How many pairs of underwear I've got left?
What's the one? Louis the Plank. I eat green berets for breakfast. Yeah.
Right now, I'm very hungry.
Very hungry. Can't believe this macho bullshit.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's macho bullshit. Fantastic.
Alex K says Scotland forever. EFAP 100. Yeah, I was honored to be in the EFAP 100 meme. It was a legendary meme.
I appeared at the end. Not me. Just my logo.
I thought I saw it. Yeah.
When it went through all the different EFAPs, I could just see my little logo on. Because I appeared on EFAP. I think it was 83 with you. And then I appeared on EFAP like 96, 97 or 97, 98. And then 100, I appeared on 100 as well. So I was very honored to be part of EFAP 100 myself.
It was an incredible stream. Like, I mean, the meme, the stream itself was incredible that they went for like 30 hours straight. That was just a feat of endurance. But the guys who put together that like 18, 19-minute video of like Endgame, that was just the amount of work that they must have done on that was something else.
Yeah, it was phenomenal stuff. It was great seeing you saw yourself, seeing Jay Longbone, Gary was in there as well. So Jeremy as well. So it's great to see. It's great to see the kind of crew in there. I'm late to the party, EFAP party, so I don't. I'm okay with that.
I was trying to because when I was signing off, I was like, man, I've lost track of the number of EFAPs I've done, and someone in chat was like, you've been on 13. I was like, holy shit, man! I didn't realize it was that many.
I've genuine on 4, which is incredible considering 82 hadn't been on any.
Yeah, you're a late start, but you're catching up fast.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, I've managed to get 4 EFAPs in now.
EFAP was the first ever stream I went on. It was the first one I got invited to. Just after my channel took off, like Mauler got in touch and he was like, "You want to do this?" And I was like, "Holy shit, man!"
Oh, I've never told you. I've been watching your channel since like 2,000 subs.
Jesus.
Yeah,
you're an early subscriber.
I think there was some streams, which would have been on Twitch, that I did because I used to be streaming on there. I used to give you shout outs. I used to say, yeah, I'm watching this guy called Critical Drinker. He talks about movies. He's fucking awesome. He's got, But I'd say that just like once in a little while, not all the time, but just once in a while. And then I was just like, oh, this guy's gonna blow up. This guy's gonna blow up, and you just went.
Yeah. Well, maybe some of it was because of you then spreading the word.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all because I would only have like 130 people watching the stream. Okay, on Twitch. Yeah. That's why I moved to YouTube, and now it's completely different. But no. But I was just. It was just like. People would ask you, as you do, you'll be aware when people ask you questions, they'll be like, who do you watch as a YouTuber? Who do you watch? So I'd be, I'd kind of like say, oh, I watch this channel. And then, they'd be, oh, I watch this guy called Drinker. He does, movie stuff. But yeah, I think you're on like 2,100 subs when I first started watching your stuff.
Wow. Yeah, that would have been, just around when Captain Marvel came out. I think then my channel just kind of really took off all of a sudden. I know it was weird because I was going from like, I might get like 1 or 2 subs per day, and I was like, oh well, this is doing well, to suddenly like getting 1,000 in a day, and then 4,000 in a day. I was like, oh my god, what's happening? It's like I didn't understand.
Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah.
So it was just weird. It was not weird because I always said, oh, I think it's gonna be, big. And then your channel just exploded, and it was just like easy to see why.
No, thank you, man. I appreciate it. What's the next one here? Will Gentry says, I was 10 when I first. I was 10 when
I just said hi.
All right. I was 10 when I first saw this film. My friend's dad had it. It was absolutely mesmerizing to my young brain, and I've loved it ever since. #Hail Drinker. Yeah, thank you. I think Az and I both went through a similar experience, probably saw it around the same age, like 10, 11, something like that.
Yeah, it's probably 10, 11, 12, one of those.
Totally inappropriate for our age, but we didn't care.
I think it was absolutely appropriate for our age.
Yeah.
Because it's just one of the, it wasn't scary. It's not a scary film.
No, it's not.
Apart from that shed scene, which goes a bit crazy. But it's not a scary film. So, you could still watch it as a young kid and just be kind of like, wow, this is great. I'm going to play Commando. That's cool.
Especially if you saw like the pussified, like edited for TV version that I got. And so that you missed out on all those awesome scenes. So, like, yeah, it's just like a cartoon, basically.
Smashed through the wall of Motown is just a couple drinking tea. Newspaper. Hey, do you mind taking that fight outside, old boy? Thank you very much.
I don't want to have to rely on fisticuffs here, old boy.
Quiz be rules, sir.
Yeah. Armstrong says, remember when I said I'd super chat you last? I lied. Excellent.
Brilliant.
Nice one, my friend.
Brilliant.
Eblan85. Imagine Commando being released in 2020 with Arnold in it, exactly as it is, modernized. Would it be cancelled? I really don't want to see a shirtless Arnold going around in 2020 with a machine gun. I don't think it would be quite the same. Especially wouldn't want to see Alyssa Milano in the movie. She would probably spend most of her time berating Arnold.
Yeah, wearing a crochet mask.
Yep. What a hate this year.
And
2020.
Screaming about Trump. Yeah, just fuck off, Alyssa.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you, darling, but you're really thick. So just shut it.
I wonder where she'd be if it wasn't for Me Too. I mean, that was pretty much the only thing that made her relevant again.
Yeah.
Because middle-aged actress that wasn't really doing anything. Wow. She hit upon something there.
What's her claims to fame? Commando and Charmed.
Charmed, yeah. I can't think of much else.
Well, she got the goods out in Embrace the Vampire.
Yeah. I've never seen the movie, but I've seen that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You got to do it.
I've not seen the film. I've not seen the film. I'm not going to lie. I might have owned the film at one point. I never. Let's just.
Was it just that particular scene just got worn out?
Watching it. Hey, there was a reason. There was a reason why I was owning it, and it wasn't for. It wasn't for classic movies. Yeah.
Yeah, I concur. Michael Markowski says, I dislike Alyssa Milano. Well, snap. I think you're in good company.
Rose McGowan's a bit of a hero now.
Yeah, she's is she red pilled now or something? She
Yeah,
seems to have turned against the whole thing.
Yeah, looks like she's gone full red pill. God bless her.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. And now she's been disowned, I think. So, yeah, not pure enough.
Nope.
Atomic Portal. I have Commando Director's Cut on Blu-ray. Good movie. But you need to tell us if there's big differences.
Yeah. Because is it coming.
Is it literally just, some scenes are a few seconds longer, or is the whole extra subplots in it? Who knows? One day we'll find the truth.
Sully survives the fall, isn't it? It's him trying to climb back up the hill to get to his Porsche, and then he eventually keeps cutting back, and he's sliding back down, and eventually gets to the top, and he's like, "Fuck!" because they stole his Porsche.
Yeah, he just kind of hangs his head like, "Oh, he took my Porsche."
Yeah. And then just somebody randomly shoots him because it's an 18.
Or there's a stinger right at the end where they get on the plane and fly away, and then they're in the cockpit just smiling at each other. Then the camera pans back, and Sully's head just pops up from behind some boxes. Boom!
You were going to kill me last, Matrix. You lied.
He's still trying to crack on with Cindy.
Yeah. Hey, you still want to go for that drink?
You sure you don't want to party with me?
Yeah. No. Fuck you, whore. Just opens up the door and just jumps out the plane. He's got the parachute on. Fuck it, he'll be fine. He'll be read.
Man of War says, anyone know if Play Arts, Hot Toys, etc. will release a premium log figure like Arnold with a log? No, yeah, I'm sure you can get a really high quality figurine of him in all his combat gear and that sort of thing. Because when I was looking for the thumbnail for this movie or this stream, and I could definitely see a few of them.
Look, yes, 12-inch Hot Toys Commando John Matrix figure.
Nice.
Oh my god, it's fucking awesome. Right, so there's the official one, I think. Yeah, there's the official one. Then there's a person who's made a customized one.
Oh.
And if the one on the left is the customized one, I think the one on the left looks better. So is that the customer? I'm gonna have to look into this. But holy shit!
That might be worth investing in. By the way.
Down here, I'll drop this video in private chat here. That's the link to. That is unreal. Fuck. Here, chat. I'll drop it for you as well, so you can. But don't go anywhere. Just open it.
Stick with us.
Different tab. Come on. Different tab. Show us as. Show us now.
Show us the way. Come on. Do it now, as.
Do it now. Yeah, this one it's on. Yeah, the first one it's showing it. The one on the left is way better than the one on the right. I've got no volume because obviously we're streaming, and I need to find out. But I got a feeling that the one on the right is the actual legit one, and it's not anywhere near as good as the one on the left.
Yeah, man, the one on the left looks awesome.
Yeah, holy shit.
That could be a future investment right there.
Oh, that's actually, there's a good point. There's great continuity through the film. When he had his head busted open at the beginning, he had the cut on his head the whole film.
Shame they didn't have that kind of continuity with the Porsche. Like a little cut on his head gets more attention than an entire car.
Yeah. It's got to drive, bro, you know? We got to get this thing moving. It's fucked up.
Wonder how many Porsches they totaled to make that movie, actually.
I bet they had like 3 or 4 Porsches.
Yeah, definitely. What's the next one? Dean Loveday sent $4.99 super chat. with no text, but thank you for the donation. Night King says, this movie would never happen today because Sully would just pull a cell phone and call instead of having to run to the phone booth. Classic film. That is true, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't work in the concept of the movie. It would have to be adjusted.
Yeah.
But I do like the way that at the beginning when he's looking at his watch for the countdown, his digital watch, it's actually going boop, boop, boop every second, and it's counting down, and that got ditched later in the film.
Yeah. I noticed that, like, just ADR just all over the place with this.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
We need to make it sound more electronic.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how annoying that would be if that was just going on constantly?
Yeah, it'd be giving its position away all the time. This fucking beeping noise. Like some guy putting down claymores. What?
Lucid Trips says, art should have stopped after Commando was released. This was the first R-rated movie I ever saw, and cinema has never hit as good since. Big ups, G's. Thanks, man. I think
later, man.
You would have missed out on Predator. You would have missed out on Terminator 2. You know, there was definitely good movies after this, but like this was peak 80s action movies for me.
Oh, this is so 80s it hurts.
Yeah.
In all the right ways.
Yeah. It hurts so good. Ah,
it's so good, yeah.
I feel like Bennett with Arnold talking to me about stabbing people.
Yeah.
Oh, man!
I don't need the knife. I'm gonna kill you! I love it when he just does that in his crazy voice. I don't need the gun, John!
Oh, Bennett, you legend.
Yeah.
Fidian2 says, The Critical Drinker and Az, two of my favorite YouTubers discussing one of my favorite popcorn action no-brain movies from the 80s. Just grabbing a Guinness and leaning back to enjoy the show. Excellent, man. I hope you enjoyed our summary of the movie because we certainly had a laugh doing it.
Yeah, it was. This has been special. I've loved this.
His app says, I was hoping to contact both of you for a comment for a video I'm making about EFAP and its community. Where's the best place to contact you? I don't know about Az. Like for me, just go to my about page on my YouTube channel, and there's like a business email that you can use to contact me.
Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, business emails is the way forward. ActionCom says the M202 Flask rocket launcher was supposed to be a replacement for the flamethrower. YouTube has old army films about how to use it. Want one for Christmas? I'd love one, man.
Oh yeah.
I could see all kinds of uses for it.
Yeah. Neighbors being a dick, fucking launch him.
Yeah. Just need to remember which way to point it. It can go wrong. But yeah, it's an awesome piece of kit. It's just huge. It looks great. Alex Lee says,
rocket launcher is a four chambered rocket launcher.
Yeah,
wonderful. Yeah,
not many vehicles are going to survive 4 of those.
No. Does Bazooka Joe from Bazooka Joe from G.I. Joe had a single launcher, didn't he?
Yeah, it reminds me, like, you know those ones that kind of, you pull them apart and they kind of pop out and they're used for destroying tanks at short range? They're just like, unguided rockets. It's like they took 4 of them and kind of glued them together and put them inside a casing.
Yeah, were they called Treadbusters? Were they called Treadbusters or something? They're meant to they're trying to take the tread out of the tank.
Yeah.
Those ones, I think.
Yeah. You do see them sometimes. I think, especially in Vietnam movies, they had them.
Law rockets, people are saying.
Law rocket, yeah. They're not armor piercing, though. Interesting.
Yeah, law rockets. Also 84s. Oh, we got some knowledgeable fucking people here.
I know, there's always a few folk that know their guns. It's great.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? Just fucking boom. That's what you're talking about, dudes.
Alex Lee says, hey, Drinker, a good movie for you to check out from the 70s, Death Wish with Charles Bronson. Oh, classic. Rewatched recently, and the writing holds up surprisingly well. Yeah, man, Bronson was the dude back in the day. Like he was Arnold before Arnold was a thing.
You know who makes an appearance in that film?
No.
Jeff Goldblum.
Really?
He's one of the rapists.
Oh man, he must have been like a teenager in that.
I think it's one of his first appearance. It's either his first appearance in a film or it's one of his first appearances in a film.
I did not know that. Didn't know he was in Death Wish.
There you go. There you go. This is all a learning curve.
It is.
Life learning.
Well, I've learned things, and I've also learned horrifying things that Die Hard wasn't actually a derivative thing of Commando 2. So, life giveth and it taketh away. So,
yeah.
The Lone Gunslinger says, hilarious stream already, much needed laugh. Thanks. Yeah, it's been good, man. This is the most I've laughed on any stream. The Justice says, imagine this movie made in contemporary times. Brie Larson is the commando and her nemesis would be a Trump supporter who's incompetent at everything.
Yes.
Don't even say that, man, because if there's someone from Hollywood listening to this somehow, they're probably writing these notes down already. God damn. Yeah. Awful. Movies like this just can't get made anymore, I don't think. But we can at least enjoy what we got.
But that's something which is also gone from films, isn't it? The casual topless shot.
It really has.
When did that vanish?
That's got to be 20 years it's been gone.
Yeah, it's probably a good
Easily.
20 years or so, yeah.
You could just get away with it back then. But now you'd be called out for everything. And if you had a movie with something like that in it now, yeah, you'd be slaughtered. You know?
Yeah, you'd be.
But the best thing, you could make so much money though, and so much coverage just embracing it and just saying, "Don't give a fuck if you're angry, put it in anyway because we felt like it, and you can't stop us."
Yeah,
you know, what a way to do it, just to say, "I don't care if you're offended and you're raging about this. It doesn't affect us."
This movie wasn't made for you. They could play that
exactly.
This was made for dudes.
I don't need some 40-year-old land whale to tell me what didn't work for her about Commando 3. It wasn't made for you.
Perfect.
What's the next one? Robert Adams, have you discussed the pegging session the couple is having in the motel room fight scene yet? Oh yes, we've covered that well and truly. They were into it big time.
Yeah.
The Tweaky Kid. Evening, gents. The Fast and the Furious movies turned into roided A-Team episodes loaded with CGI. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. They've got some elements of that 80s action flick about them where like they're not really based around reality. But the overuse of CGI kind of spoils the fun a bit.
Yeah, I can't watch those type of films. I just can't do it. They do nothing for me. They do nothing. Like I think there's something really impressive with a proper car stunt. I don't think there's anything impressive at all about a CGI car.
Yeah.
So, I don't get anything out of it. I don't get any thrill out of it. I don't get any excitement out of it. Don't get any adrenaline pump out of it. I'd rather go back and watch something like Conan,
Mm-hmm.
Just have it visceral, have it, proper, legit.
Wholeheartedly agree. The only sort of enjoyment to be had from films like that is like when you get little fight scenes, they're usually huge fight scenes, but like they're like a bit more involved because either it's stuntmen or it's the actors doing it. Like when it's just the cars driving around and there's shit exploding everywhere and it's all CGI, yeah, that's just where I disengage from it. But yeah, seeing The Rock beat the shit out of Vin Diesel, that's always good.
Yeah, I like a good Statham movie. I have become quite appreciative of Jason Statham, and his sort of lower budget mechanics type of movies, simply due to the great choreography of the fighting. And actually, a person I've come to know recently, sorry, I had to adjust my microphone. Dan Frager, the artist Dan Frager. He studies art back in the 90s, but then he left and went into like storyboarding and stuff. And he was actually a storyboarder on Transporter 2. And so he did a stream semi recently, or a video. I can't remember if it's a stream or a video. I think it's a stream though, where Fragaboom, awesome guy, lovely guy, and he actually showed off like the behind the scenes footage of the raw raw playthrough of them piecing together an action scene, and it was just fascinating to watch. They were literally just playing out the storyboard. So they were seeing what was working and what wouldn't work, and what they might need to tweak, and how does he get this gun to there, or how does he? And it was just such that is a legit creative process, and it's done in those great smart cuts, which make everything just look seamless. And I do get really, I love those sort of fight scenes, those up and close, bang, 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 that goes flying, bang, that gets kicked into that, which causes that to go to there, which makes him do that. Yeah, very much like John Wick-esque as well. Now, John Wick does great things like that too. But that was a hell of a. I think it's on his channel that it got pulled down, which is so annoying. But if he gets that back, which he might do, then if he gets that stream back, it'd be you should see that. It's awesome to see. I'll ask him. We've still got the footage. If he has, I'll get across.
That'd be really interesting to look at. I mean, it makes you appreciate that there's a real art to scenes like that. Because on the one hand, there's the mechanical level of it where you've got to make it structured so that it makes sense. Like you say, if someone gets a gun kicked out their hand, but they have to have it later, where's it going to go? Do you have to show a reaction shot? All that stuff. And working with the environment they're in, but also to tell an interesting story and have them do interesting things, have an ebb and flow of a fight. It's all so like it has to function on so many different levels. And the best ones are the ones that look seamless and easy, know. But then you don't really, until you see something like that, you don't appreciate the sheer amount of thought and work that has to go into it to make it like that.
They're seamless. Because all the hard work has been done behind the curtain, and has crafted it together to make it look like that. It was so fascinating to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Yeah,
cool, man. Max Relax says, "Hail, please consider From Dusk Till Dawn for a review." Oh, that film is amazing.
Yeah,
I love it.
Good film. Yeah, great film. Loved it. Rodriguez is best.
It was, and Christ, what's her name again? The
Salma Hayek.
Yes, that dancing scene, man. God, she was gorgeous.
Yeah, she was her and Desperado as well, with Antonio Banderas. Again, Robert Rodriguez, based off El Mariachi. Another Robert Rodriguez. So my God, I know a few things about films. Why? Where? How? I don't know.
How did this happen?
Where did this come from? I got no idea. But yeah, Salma Hayek. She was. Oh my God, she's peak. She's peak. Then she's still, to be honest with you, she's still gorgeous now.
Yeah, she's aged well.
Yeah, can't speak a fucking word of English. should have said, can't understand a fucking word she says.
I don't need to.
No, don't need to. Yeah, don't need to.
Meta Picasonic says, "Hello, gents. Drinker, would you be willing to do a discussion video for Back to the Future?" Absolutely. Love all three movies. And I think they'd make for a really interesting analysis.
You and Mola doing Back to the Future. Fucking hell, I'd pay money to watch that.
Yeah. It would be I don't need the knife. I don't need the gun, John. I don't need a script.
With Back to the Future.
Yeah, I think the stream would end up being about 12 hours long.
Yes.
There'd be so much to talk about.
That is the downside. Long man is long.
Yes, yeah. But no, that would be a great stream to do. So we'll see about making something like that happen. Stuybeck B says, "Finally, I managed to get a week off. I'm glad I can stick around on your live stream. Any recommendations for good horror movies? I want some." Sam Neill scream.
Oh, Sam Neill. Okay, yeah.
Ah,
Oh, why not do
I could
Event
never
Horizon?
imitate it.
Do Event Horizon then.
Yeah, I've reviewed it, and yeah, it's definitely a recommended one for me. In the Mouth of Madness is another Sam Neill one that I really enjoyed.
The Thing's great. Fuck yeah.
The Thing is fantastic. There was another John Carpenter one that I really liked. It was like The Prince of Darkness. I think that was the one.
Okay.
I like that. The Shining is a classic one for me as well.
Scanners. Oh, Shining. Oh god, that is so good.
Yeah.
Scanners is always a fun.
Scanners, yeah, with the exploding head.
Exploding heads, yeah.
Those would be my recommendations. You don't get many good horror films nowadays.
If you want a bit of fun in your horror, watch Evil Dead 2.
Oh yeah, you can't beat the Evil movies.
Yeah.
States Manuel says, "I bet most are watching the flick in background. Give us a timestamp to sing to the scene." Yeah, it would be quite good actually.
Yeah.
If people were kind of able to watch, but obviously there's times when we jump ahead or we stick on one scene for like 20 minutes or whatever. Yeah. So it's a tricky one. You could do it in the format of a let's watch, I suppose, and we watch the movie in sync with each other, just talk as we go. But then,
and then timestamp where you paused it.
I think what you would get then from us would be about 90 minutes of just laughing and like, holy shit, without being able to really explain ourselves. So.
Yeah, I think this format works better. Yeah, you mean by all means, if you had the film, you could pretty much guess where we were from where we're discussing anyway. So you'd be able to sort of push your dial along and be able to get the physical look of it.
Yeah, because we pretty much went in time to the film. Like we covered pretty much everything that happened in it in sequence. So it would just be a case of pausing it where necessary, I guess.
I think the only thing that we didn't dwell on was the little cuts back to Alyssa Milano in the room. I think that was it. Yeah,
there wasn't much to say there, really. It's just.
I think we just hit beat for beat. Otherwise, I think it's a simple but very effective film.
It is, yeah. And it shows you like how much enjoyment we got from it, that we were just able to talk for that long about it.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Louis the Plank says, Bennett always looked like a fat Freddie Mercury to me. I'm not going to shoot you between the eyes. I'm going to shoot you between the balls. Yeah.
Great stuff. It is just great stuff.
He's a legendary character. King Cola says Valverde equals Cuba. Yeah, more or less.
Pretty much, yeah.
It was always just like, a generic Central American country, but it's pretty much that. Kenrick 50 says, True Lies discussion when? I enjoy True Lies. One day I'd be happy to talk about it.
Fun film.
Yeah. Mr. Wise Guy. Well, it's a rare James Cameron film, I think, where it didn't take like 10 years to make, and everyone involved wasn't on the verge of like killing themselves through like sheer frustration with him. So yeah, I think it was like he got into that kind of sweet spot after doing T2, where it's like, oh, he's able to roll out movies quite efficiently that work well and they're really successful. Shame it didn't last.
As well. Prime Tier Carrera. Oof.
Yes. Man.
There's another absolutely stunning creature.
Beautiful. Really beautiful. Mr. Wise Guy says, Ray Don Chong is actually the talent scout that discovered Chris Pratt and put him on the map. Is that true?
Wow.
If that's true, that's freaking awesome. I need to look at that.
Not that old, because she's only like in her late 50s now.
Yeah.
She's 24 in Commando. Commando's 35 years ago. So yeah, she's late 50s. Whew.
Oh yeah, here we go. At 19 years old, Chris Pratt was waiting tables at the Bubba Kump Shrimp Company restaurant in Maui when he was scouted by Chong. She cast him in her directorial debut, the short horror film Cursed Part 3, which was filmed in Los Angeles. Damn.
Wow. Did
Not
Pratt banger for the job?
who knows? I mean,
Chris, do you want to
19, right? Chris Pratt's like 40 now, so you're talking 20 years ago. So she would have been in her late 30s.
30s, and she's a
Oh yeah, I would have gone there. I would have gone there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's a bad trade on his part. Put it that way.
No, he's done pretty well, regardless.
So, not only has Rae Dawn Chong been in Commando, one of the best movies ever, but she also discovered Chris Pratt, who's gone on to become a massive A-list superstar.
Yeah,
not bad.
She's done all right.
The Justice says, I miss the days of 2-scale battle scenes of actors and stuntmen just fighting it out on camera. Gettysburg, Waterloo, and Zulu were great examples. Yeah, like
Zulu's
epic movies. Yeah, Zulu. What an incredible film. I listed it in my like top 5 last stands of all time in cinema. When the Zulu charge for the last time, and the guys are, there's only like a handful of them left, and they make that incredible stand where it's just line after line of rifles firing away. It's just brilliant.
Next line, fire!
Yeah.
Fire! Down! And then like the other lot of reloading while they're firing, then it's up, bang, down, reload, up, bang, down, reload. It's god damn, that film is Zulu is incredible.
It's the if you want an example of like the power of discipline and firepower in a battle, in the heat of battle, there you go. That's the perfect example of Zulu. I was
going to say there were I think more Victoria Crosses given out that day than ever in any conflict.
That is true, because they fought such an incredible battle. I'm a big fan of Waterloo, actually, as a movie. I think it gets a lot of stick, but the battle scenes are incredible. I think because it was filmed in the Soviet Union, apparently, and they just requisitioned a couple of divisions worth of Soviet troops to be in the movie.
Oh, okay.
And just stuck them in uniforms and off they go. So you've got these incredible battle scenes where there's like 10,000 guys on screen at once. I mean, you couldn't do something like that now with real people. It would all be CGI'd. And it would look like garbage.
Yeah, it'd all be CGI garbage. Yeah. The scope of Zulu was incredible. That was one of the in a single battle. That's what I meant. Yeah. But yeah, the scope of Zulu is incredible simply because of the sheer numbers of them. And when they're all lining up at the top of the mountains and stuff, and it's just like fucking hell, that's not CGI. Enough CGI back then. There's a lot of fucking dudes, which they've had to get to do that, and then the constant barrage on the charges. The thing is though, when I say the thing is, it's for a normal human being there is no thing, but current day, you know how it'll be received.
Oh yeah. I referenced that in my video, and I was just like, whoever sees it in those terms totally doesn't understand the movie.
Yes,
because the Zulus are portrayed throughout the whole film as like extremely dangerous and capable and intelligent warriors,
in vast numbers.
Yes, exactly. There's a bit where I think Michael Caine, he kind of makes like a pretty snidey remark about them, being cowardly or whatever. And the one of the sort of native scouts just looks at him and he's like, well, who do you think's coming here to wipe you out? Just like taking no shit from it at all. So yeah, like whoever chooses to see the film in terms like that isn't understanding it, and they're not paying attention to it. So it's up to them.
And even the Zulus gave them the credit after when they stopped charging.
Yep.
They left the chiefs with the last to go, which is a mark of respect.
Yep. So good movie.
Yeah.
Boar Legion says the naked girl is Ava Cadell, FYI drinker. Yes, thank you. We picked it up in the chat. I'll be looking her up later.
Hey.
Mickey Lee Bukowski. Fun fact: Valverde is the same country that Franco Nero is being extradited to in Die Hard 2. It's the same producers. Yes, I knew that. Actually, I was going to throw that in as a little fact. But yeah, I think it just became their generic stand-in for a Central American country, so they didn't actually have to name a real one.
Yeah, didn't have to say Cuba or Paraguay or Panama or wherever they wanted, you know.
I think there was rumors as well that in Predator, that's the country that they go into, or it's meant to be implied.
Nice.
I don't know if that's verified, but I'd love it to
Valverde,
be.
the 555 of phone numbers.
Exactly, yeah. Dean Loveday. Arnie, where did you learn how to do that? Cindy, I read the instructions. Yeah.
I read the instructions. She got some great lines.
She really does. Tarmanel says, thank you for a good job and great video about the movie Watchmen. Well, thank you. I really enjoyed making that video, and I really enjoyed watching the movie again. It'd been a while.
I love it. I love the film Watchmen.
Good. Yeah. I feel like I always have to defend it, but I genuinely enjoyed it, and I think it's a really good, smart movie. I know it's not 100% faithful to the comic. I don't think it could be, but I'm happy with it. And it's
I think this is a big struggle with what people have this struggle. I literally don't understand why. You can't put the Watchmen in a film. You can't make that graphic novel into a film. It's, you know, you have to understand the length of a movie, and all this kind of stuff. They're two different forms. Making a film based off Watchmen that is tweaked, or any doesn't matter what. Making a film based off any literature doesn't make the film any worse or the literature any worse. You know, they're the two separate pieces.
Yeah,
stand on their own accord. So the people that want everything, and I don't mind nods, and I don't mind things like that, but the diehard sort of, this must be 100% faithful. No, you got the book for that.
Yeah,
just watch the book.
I 100% agree. They are two separate things, and yeah, there's a thing that ties them together, a common thread, but like one's a different expression of the other, and you should really just be able to judge a thing on its own merits without constantly comparing it to the source material.
Yeah. So I think Watchmen. I think it started off exceedingly strong. I think it ended slightly weak, but it was so strong throughout a lot of that film. And when I watched Watchmen, I watched the extended version, and I just thought it was so well done. But I mean, I really like early Zack Snyder stuff. You know, I like 300 and 300 is awesome.
It is. I think there's certain movies that he's well suited to, and there's other ones which he isn't. And so, I'd love to see him do a Batman movie. Not necessarily a Justice League movie or another Superman movie, but I'd love to see him direct a Batman movie where you can be as dark and sinister and gritty as you want, because that's the character, that's the world you're creating.
Well, that's where I think Zack does need somebody on his shoulder. He does need somebody to say no at certain times to him, because the whole fact that this Batman was killing, it essentially meant that Zack didn't understand the character of Batman, and that's quite a big thing. So you create your own Batman story, great, fine, but it's like Burton probably sort of read Dark Knight Returns. And then didn't understand, just saw this darker Batman, and just like, okay, so we're just gonna get my Batman, and my Batman's just gonna kill people, he's just gonna shoot people, he's gonna throw. Didn't understand the whole concept behind it. Yeah, I think Batman v Superman would have worked far better without Batman being a killer, because number one, it should have been Batman v Superman. It shouldn't have been the death of Superman. Merging the two stories was dumb. Very, very dumb.
There's way too much going on in that film.
And it should have actually been World's Finest first, and it shouldn't have been Batman v Superman. It should have been Man of Steel, then it should have been World's Finest, then it should have been Batman solo movie, then it should have been Justice League, then it should have been Batman v Superman, then it should have been, whatever would come after that. But obviously, we ran out of DCU by then.
Well, I mean, now it seems like it's getting reset, and they might get a second shot at it. But yeah, I agree. Like a lot of the problems with these, with Justice League and with Batman versus Superman, is that you were trying to do the work of 3 movies in one. Like whereas Marvel took the time to set up all their characters and then team them up for the Avengers movie, DC didn't have that time, or they weren't willing to put in that sort of time. They wanted all their big payoffs right away, and so everything's rushed, everything's condensed together, and you get these horrible contrived narratives that just don't work.
Yeah.
And so
even when they announced Batman v Superman, they said, oh, it's not going to be on, it's not going to be the Dark Knight Returns, which is when they have their true fight. That's the first time we really get to see the proper true fight between the characters. And that was fine. You're like, no, that's fine, because they're much younger than that anyway. But you're going to do a movie based off of that. That is great. Concentrate on that. The whole Doomsday stuff, the whole bringing in Wonder Woman for the Justice League stuff, it didn't work because it got messy. And it starts at that Batman v Superman. Actually, the first 30 minutes of that film starts off really well. Really well. And then it just loses itself because it's trying to do, number one, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't work well as a villain. So that was out of the question. But they lost themselves in trying to develop all of the plots. The Zod Doomsday is no.
Yeah, that was just overblown garbage once it gets to that point. And yeah, I think the actual fight between Batman and Superman was great. I was really enjoying it. It's such great scenes where Superman tries to punch him and the kryptonite's taking effect, and Batman just throws up his arm and it slams off it, and you just look at like, oh fuck, it's just gonna get real now.
And he's even but when he backs away, he's even put his hands up like, fuck. I need another grenade. Shit.
Yeah. No, all things like that are good. It's just the plot tying it together was just too much. And the extended cut fixes some of the issues in that things are better explained and things are better better spread out. But then it introduces the problem of pacing because it's hugely overlong. So, it fixes some problems and creates more. So, yeah, it should have been split up into more than one film to cover all this stuff.
Yeah, and Doomsday should have been done correctly.
Yeah.
That's where you should have gone. You should have gone Justice League, Batman v Superman, then you should have gone Doomsday.
Yeah. So, missed opportunities.
Lots.
Pod Racing Palpatine says, yo bro, made it. Drinker, you have to do more of these. Last Action Hero is highly underrated in my opinion. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I remember that movie from back in the day, and I think it was marketed more as a traditional action movie, and people weren't really told about the satirical kind of side of it. And so when they went to see it, they were like, what the fuck is this thing? It's weird, it's making fun of itself. I don't understand. And so they didn't recommend it.
I remember I think I've only ever seen it once. And I just recall, I recall Charles Dance in his eye. And I recall when he shoots the car and the car doesn't blow up, and he's just like, why does the car not blow up?
Yeah. Normally it would blow up by now, and it's just like, this is the real world.
Yeah, this is the real world. This is not how it works.
I think, honestly, like, it was perhaps a little bit ahead of its time, and if you go into it with the mindset of like, it's the entire movie is just making fun of like action hero tropes, but in a kind of good-hearted way, you like get something out of it. It's quite fun. Some of the jokes or some of the gags are genuinely pretty good. Like, a lot of them fall flat, and it's maybe not too smart in some places, but yeah, generally I like it. But it's a shame. It kind of put a dent in Arnold's career, actually. I think because up until that point, he'd had nothing but wins, and then this movie kind of flopped. And yeah, suddenly he didn't seem like quite the box office juggernaut that he'd been before.
Yeah.
Alexander here says, Commando, Predator, and Terminator 2 were my favorite childhood movies, and I still consider them to be the greatest action movies of all time. Can't argue, really.
Yeah.
They're excellent. Colin Mertz. Hey, drinker, a while back you gave me a recommendation on my first whiskey. Well, I just finished the bottle last week. Here's one on me. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I can't remember what one did I recommend, by the way. Depends what time of day you catch me at. Dean Krantz. Cindy's rocket launcher was called Flame Projector. It's not anti-armor. It fired rockets filled with napalm. Ah, that's interesting. Didn't know you could do that. So you just had to project napalm like from a canister, like just a traditional flamethrower.
Yeah,
well, that's quite a cool idea, actually. Alexander, I lied. And then Arnold tells the girl, I let him go. Might be the greatest movie line of all time. Also, Arnold or Sly?
Arnold.
Arnold in his prime, yeah. Sly's had better longevity. But yeah, Arnold was always the unstoppable one.
Yeah, I always preferred Arnold over Sly. No offense to Sly. Got no problem with Sly at all. Love a lot of his films. But there's just something about Arnold. I think once you've watched Pumping Iron, is it Pumping Iron?
Yes, the bodybuilding one.
Yeah. Once you watch Pumping Iron, then you're in love with Arnold for life.
He is a legend.
Because he's not just this is a very intelligent man who knows how to play psychological games with you. He's at the top of his game and knows it. And although his arrogance, you can see his arrogance, it's justified. Because he can back it up. He can back everything up that he says and does.
Yeah.
And the film just is so fascinating to watch.
It's the sort of thing, I think it's still used by sports psychologists.
Really?
To demonstrate like a winning mindset and how you can kind of manipulate other people. Like, when he's up against Lou Ferrigno and they're having breakfast the day of the big, bodybuilding show. And Arnold is just sitting there like he's an absolute picture of confidence. And he's like, I called my mother already and I told her I win, and he's just, he's just acting like he's got it in the bag already. And it just breaks Lou Ferrigno down because he's just sitting there all quiet. He doesn't know what to say. And he's not on that level. And so it destroys his confidence and he loses. And he
can't compete. He can't compete mentally with Arnold.
Yeah. And like you say, it was always easy to mock him back in the day. It's just, he's just some big meathead and he speaks in this monotone voice and he's obviously dumb. And it's like, no, he's absolutely not. He is a smart man.
Very, very smart man. Very, very smart man indeed. And I don't know how many times I've seen Pumping Iron. Let's just say it's a lot.
It's an interesting movie. Yeah, it really is.
Keep having to go back and watch it. It's engrossing and it's uplifting. It's such a positive mental film. Yep. I just can't get sick of watching that. I can't. It's impossible to.
So you could see that he was going to go on to bigger things. That was a guy who was going to do a lot with his life.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Spartan. Yeah, I mean, he's been in plenty of movies and stuff. Obviously, he's got a hearing deficiency, so I think that's why he struggles to speak to the same sort of level as other people. And I think that's really kind of held him back to some extent. But he's still done more with his life than most people can ever dream. So fair play to the guy.
Yeah.
Spartan Flash Sentry here says the production team saved money on the budget with this one secret: Valverde used to be an actual country. Yeah, well, before Arnold blew the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Christopher Gorey, sorry for OT, but please take one moment with me to thank Gail, Tess, Heather, Mags, etc. for swiftly denouncing Netflix and child. Oh wait, not one of them has uttered a single word.
What a surprise! Mags definitely wouldn't. Not from the people apparently that she follows online.
Who's Mags again?
Mags Versace.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
The usual suspects are mysteriously quiet.
What a surprise.
Yeah. Suburban Beard says, for your next drink. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Paul from Norway, budget $9 million, box office 57.5. Yes, as was saying earlier, that's not a bad ratio.
No,
pretty good
not
profits.
bad at all. I think they would have been absolutely ecstatic with that.
Hi Ice 007. Drinker, you fashionable man about town. When will you review the movie Waterloo? Man, we were just talking about that. And I was saying how got such fond memories of it. I'm not sure. It would probably be a Drinker recommends though. It's probably a movie that most people don't even know about these days. It was 50 years ago it was made. But
this is an old film. This is early 70s.
I think so, yeah. It's got Christopher Plummer in it, and he'll always have a special place in my heart for Undiscovered Country.
Yeah, so good in that. God, like I said, when I got to say my little piece on Friday Night Tights with Gary, it was just like, I was just like, sorry, chat. And the chat was just like, no, you go ahead.
You've got to get it out of your system.
Yeah, you do it. You just go ahead. You keep going. Which was, I remember I've seen Waterloo multiple times. And because I distinctly, I don't know, there's one, I just distinctly remember the French veterans when they're all just defeated and, in that like group.
Yeah, they've been surrounded, and they're given the opportunity to surrender, and they basically just say, "No, get lost." We're not doing that.
That's what they were, and fuck, it's a great film.
Yeah, the spectacle of it is something else. Alexander says, "A shame they'll never do a movie like that now." Yeah, no more Commandos, but we can still enjoy it. Alexander, the amount of testosterone oozing from screen in the Carnage montage can sustain Abby for a month and turn a soy boy into a real man. I love that movie. It can turn a soy boy into a goddamn sexual tyrannosaur.
Yeah. With an ass like a 12-year-old boy. No,
that was Paxton, yeah.
True life.
God, you couldn't get away with a line like that now.
Oh, good God, no. But Netflix made a series on it, made a film on it, apparently. So
indeed. Yeah, they really did.
Use the 11-year-old girls.
Nicholas A. Junior Dadonna. You guys kick ass. Here's some money. Thank you very much. Stephen Otten. I've seen the director's cut. There isn't much of a difference, sadly. Oh.
No.
Well, that answers that question. Judo Cricket. Two of my favorite YouTubers, The Drinker and Snowflake. Kidding as kidding. Love your... Was this the other day when you did that video about how people were intimidated by full stops?
No, the Snowflake meme originated from I did a Fall Guys stream the other day.
All right. And,
there was a lot of fun. There was a lot of fun to be had. So I was playing up to the audience when I was if I lost a round or something. And one of the excuses I decided to use for losing one of the rounds was I decided to blame the audience instead. So it's your fault. I could see the chat scrolling up in the corner of my eye. You put me off, And so playing with the chat's always fun. So the chat started calling me a snowflake. It stuck for a bit.
I was gonna be with you forever now.
Oh, they were putting snowflake memes on Twitter and stuff, and it was great. It was I love it. I love getting when the chat does that. So you've won. You had a good day. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Well, Stain, love your content, man. And Drinker, you rambunctious yet understated raconteur. You're the best on YouTube. And I don't actually know how I got that one out without stumbling over it and slurring my words.
Yeah.
Not bad for 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Icanalis, hails and whiskies all round. Well, that suits me just fine. Thank you very much.
More of a vodka guy myself, but okay. Vodka and rum.
Yeah. Bardorp. Have y'all seen any of the early 2000s action movies like Smoking Aces, Crank, or Shoot 'em Up? I've seen Crank and Shoot 'em Up. Both great fun.
Crank's crazy.
It's brilliant, yeah. Crank 2 is even better.
Yes. He's fucking Amy Smart in the middle of the race course.
And the guy who suffers from full body Tourette's. Oh, man.
The second one's when he wakes up and has no heart, isn't it?
Yeah, because they took it out and he's just got an electronic one. He has to keep electrocuting himself to charge it up.
Yeah.
And he's got like he ends up putting a dog shock collar on his neck and he keeps telling the woman to shock him.
Yeah.
It makes good use of Statham's ability to pull stupid faces.
Yes. Yeah.
He even finds some guys with like muscle cars and connects like jump leads to his nipples. And he's like, right, rev it.
Yeah, fucking hell. Damn, yeah. God, it's funny. It's funny. Crank films were just off.
He was taking his cues from Commando, though. He obviously saw Bennett getting electrocuted, and he's like, that made him more powerful. I'm gonna do that.
Stick me some volts in me, woman.
Stephen Otten, did you ever read the Commando comic book? All of the violence is left out. Only Sully dies, and it happens off screen. There's a comic book of Commando.
Commando.
I did not know this. I remember there used to be a cartoon of Rambo. That was a fucking weird combination.
Wow. Look, see. Oh god, yeah, of course there was the British comic called Commando, wasn't there? Bloody hell.
Oh yeah, it's all the old World War II stories, isn't it?
Yeah. Can't see. I'll have to look. I'll have to do some research.
All right, we'll get to the truth. Don't worry. Where's the next one here? God damn it! This is what happens when you click refresh.
You got a big $300 super chat stuck there, you know.
I know. Yeah, don't worry. I'll get to that one. Whoever sent that one, thank you very much. Obviously, I'm just working my way through the chats as they came in, so I'll get to it soon enough. Oh yeah, here we go. Dave Muller, let off some steam, Bennett. It's so good they reused it in Total Recall. Did they? I don't remember him saying that. I just remember him when he crushes that guy's arms in the elevator and he's like, "See you at the party, Richter."
Yeah. Okay, now then, there is a German Commando comic,
like legit based on the movie.
It's got Arnold on the cover.
Huh.
And that's just on fuck Pinterest, man. Fuck that. I don't know. I'll have to look. I'm gonna have to look deeper into this. It looks like it might take a bit of research. This one.
All right. We'll carry this on later. Kenrick says, "I would love to see you guys discuss the Under Siege movies. In my opinion, the most ridiculous action movies ever made. Yeah, pretty much anything with Seagal in it. I never really saw the appeal of him. Like, I know people almost watch him to laugh at him, but his movies are just not fun for the most part. It's just a 2-hour ego trip every time you watch them."
Yeah, that's a very good Schwarzenegger Commando Diamond Comics, the action-packed story of Colonel John Matrix.
Holy shit. Like continuing adventures of him.
Somewhere, somehow, someone's gonna pay. That's the tagline, and it's a tiny comic, like tiny. It must be like 5 inches.
Oh man!
Yeah, like 5 inches high by 4 inches wide. I don't know.
That's almost like a back pocket job, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's like that would fit in a back pocket. Sorry, what was that? What was that thing you just read?
It was about the Under Siege movies. They'd love to see us discuss them sometime.
With Seagal movies, you always got the impression that they were playing to his ego.
Yeah.
You didn't get that with like Stallone or Schwarzenegger or Statham, pretty much any other action hero. But with the Seagal ones, you kind of felt as if they were always just like vanity projects more than anything.
Oh, I think they were, and I think he actually financed a lot of them himself, so he could be producer and then make himself awesome. But yeah, it's not fun because like whenever he gets into a fight, he wins everything, and like it's just
I can't ever recall him being in distress in any part in any film he was in.
No, never. I think the closest he got was in Under Siege when he got injured. Someone fucking threw an anchor at him or something and hurt him. That was about it.
The great cake scene in Under Siege. So.
Oh yeah, what was her name again? That actress.
Was Erica?
Oh yeah, Eleniak or something.
Yeah,
Erica Eleniak.
She was a Baywatch. I think a Baywatch star at the time.
That makes sense. She's got two good reasons why she should have been in Baywatch.
Hey-o!
Oh yeah, yeah, fantastic. Again, just great example of 80s movies with random nudity. It's totally unnecessary.
Yeah. There was no need for it to be in whatsoever, but it was.
Yeah, and I love it for that. It's quite cool they actually filmed it on a real battleship as well, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, generally not a huge fan of Seagal.
Yeah, he's not got a big personality.
I don't think he's got anything.
Got a big pass. He's got a big gut now.
Oh man, yeah. The guy he's more walrus now than man.
Oh, did you see the somebody tweeted out the other day? This is the end. This is the end scene, or this is the last fight in the most recent Seagal movie.
Yeah, it is bonkers.
Oh no!
There's another good one where he was asked to guest at an Aikido tournament in Russia, I guess, because that's where he lives now. And someone just tagged it as like Steven Seagal, bored out of his mind, casually destroys two Russian like Aikido champions, and like they're clearly just being very obliging to him and like going down with the slightest thing. And like you can just every so often the camera cuts to the crowd and you just see people like kind of looking confused and laughing. Who is the enormous bloated man who's like wandered into the ring? It's amazing.
If Seagal can do it, hell's bells. I'm not too far away. I'm there, buddy. I'm ready. Put me in the team, coach. Give me a few more weeks.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Or maybe a couple of years. I'll be ready.
He just manages to not like. He just looks like he doesn't give a fuck about anything that he does. He can't be bothered. It's great.
Everything that he wants,
Yeah. God. Kolak Commando says Chenny. Oh yeah, it's the way Schwarzenegger. Chenny, Chenny, where are you?
Like Uganda or something. Uganda.
Yeah. Rak Eadsmasher. The orcs need Daka.
Daka.
I thought you're more of a Chaos Space Marine guy, aren't you?
Yes. I'm a Chaos guy. Chaos Space Marine, Chaos Demons. Yeah, I'm a Chaos guy.
Do you have a favorite Legion?
Death Guard.
Right.
Yeah, Death Guard are great. I love them at Death Guard. And they've upped the wounds of Marines now. Marines have got 2 wounds, Terminators 3 wounds. Yeah.
Oh, god damn. All my knowledge of this is like 20 years out of date, so yeah. I feel like a lot's changed since then. What a universe, though. I love it. I love the depth of it.
I'm sure it's kind of already probably on the verge of being sanitized, but
Oh yes. We'll have female Space Marines by the end of the decade, guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, you got the Sisters of Battle.
Yeah, they're not real Space Marines though, because they don't have the gene seed.
Yes.
Alexander here says Russians made a carbon copy of Commando called D-Day. Needless to say, it was complete trash. Commando was peak 80s. Anyway, you rock, drinker. Thank you. Well, man, I'd love to dig out that Russian copy of it and see what it's like.
I watched Das Witcher, whatever it's called, the Polish Witcher series from the beginning of the 2000s.
Oh yeah, what's that like?
Oh, it's terrible, but it's great. Like, you know, the production's low, the action's not very good, but it's just captivating. It feels that this is the funny thing. It feels like it was made in the 80s. And it's hilarious. I love it. I thought it was great. I thought it was great fun. Dreadful though, absolutely dreadful, but in a fun way.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah.
Fat Steven Seagal says Stallone won't return my phone calls or my deep fat fryer. God damn it, I'm missing that fryer.
Right. Can I just say, right, this guy's a bit of a legend anyway. This guy, I was watching a Dr. Disrespect stream because I'm totally into watching Dr. Disrespect. I love him.
Yeah.
And Fat Steven Seagal beat up Ryan Johnson or whoever he's beating up this time. I think it's Alex Kurtzman he's beating up now.
Yeah.
It was Fat Steven Seagal beats up Ryan Johnson, and he super chatted Dr. Disrespect, and Dr. Disrespect read out his super chat, and his super chat was it's like, Doc, you gotta help me. My waistline is under siege. I was crying with laughter when he read it out because Dr. Disrespect doesn't really like react to these. He doesn't like answer these. Read them out, and he just went, "Doc, you gotta help me. My waistline's under siege." Stops and it's silent, and I'm just fucking tears are coming down my face, laughing, fucking pouring down, and just man, that gave me the biggest belly laugh I've had in a long time.
Nice one, Fat Steven Seagal beat up Alex Kurtzman. Yeah.
He's got his own origin story, by the way. Oh, can we play it? Can we play it, please? He's got his own origin story on Perry Chan's channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll get the link. We can play it. Perry will be fine. Don't worry. Yeah, he's got this like 3-minute origin story, and it's fucking. Here it is. Absolutely brilliant. Right, I'm going to drop the link into the private.
Let's see if we can bring it up here. And
there we go. Make sure you tick that sound button. You know what Streamlabs is like. Do you want audio?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the best way to do it is. Like if I bring it up in a separate tab and then screen share.
Bring it up in Chrome. The one on the far right, the Chrome one, and then you just pick the just open up the tab and then open up that up, and then just when you go to share screen, go to Chrome tab at the far side, and it'll bring all your Chrome tabs, and then that will just cut all the top and bottom off, so you'll just see the video. So you don't dox yourself.
It's all right. I got FECO on this at the moment anyway, so it's all right.
Or I could just share it. Do you want me to just share it?
Yeah, go for it if you want. I was just waiting for it to load up here, but it's going a bit slow. So yeah, if you want to do it.
All right. Let me
see if it'll go.
Put that on. I'll just do it. Share audio. Chrome tab. Fat Steven Seagal. Boosh. There we go. So it's ready.
I just add it to the stream.
Yeah.
Let's see what it does.
Go full screen. And then play.
What happened? Ryan Johnson kidnapped your girlfriend.
We're making the movie. Just so that I could. Doing like that.
Alexander?
We are. No. That's for sure.
Oh my God, where is this going?
There you go. Beautiful.
That is heartwarming stuff.
That's beautiful. It's got love, it's got romance, it's got action, it's got a beautiful lady. It's got a very beautiful lady in it. It's got everything that you could possibly want.
Oh, it's just that when the camera pans in on Seagal's face and he's just got "Don't give a fuck" written all over it. It's amazing.
Well, he's got two things on his face: "Don't give a fuck" and "fucking just for men." all over his fucking beard.
Yeah. There's been serious work done there. Like Jesus. And whatever he's got glued to his head, I don't know. Watcher says, "Gentlemen, you simply have to watch the corny Russian 2019 movie called Journey to China: The Mystery of Iron Mask, where Arnold fights Jackie Chan. All the nostalgia feels are there. Cheers."
What?
What the hell?
Never even heard of the film.
No. Is this a thing? Is this like one of those weird things where actors sometimes appear in like random commercials in Japan or something that no one knows about? Yeah, I need to look that up. I've not really been keeping too well up with Arnold recently because, he's been a bit quiet.
And a bit old.
Yeah.
He's a bit 74
too
years
old, too tired.
Yeah.
Too busy playing with his donkeys or whatever they are. Badaxel says, "I wasn't born with a big muscular body, but watching movies like these and emulating the heroes, I developed more confidence as a man." Exactly. And actually watching these movies will cause your muscles to grow. It's a fact. It's science.
Or your dick.
Yeah, either way, it's fine.
Something's growing.
Both are useful.
Yes.
Ninja Nuts for Fun says, "The movie Wanted has a great message. Take back your life and curved bullets." Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Wanted. I've read the graphic novel actually, and it's weird that they didn't pick Halle Berry for the role when they could have done, because it's clearly her.
Oh, okay. And they went with Angelina Jolie instead.
Yeah, which is an odd one.
She was fine.
Angelina or Halle or both?
Well, both. I wouldn't say no to either, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It's a bit weird now that Angelina is going to be in the Eternals when she hasn't really been relevant for like 10 years at least. Like, she's kind of old now.
She did Maleficent.
No, but the first Maleficent was probably about 10 years ago, and then the new one I don't think many people cared about.
Well, that's what happens when you divorce Johnny Depp, I suppose.
Indeed.
Or you keep fucking acquiring children.
I know. Like, she's on a one-woman mission to adopt all of Africa.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, you have to stop, man. Take a break.
Maybe get a coffee.
Yeah. Just have a cake. You might have several. You could probably do with gaining a bit.
She's looking thin.
Bit ill these days. TKA says, "Drinker, you cantankerous yet lovable drunk. With Lovecraft Country being just awful, would you do a Drinker Recommends In the Mouth of Madness?" I like that movie, and it's fun, and it's got some pretty cool scenes in it with all the monsters and stuff. I don't know if I'd do a drinker recommends for it, but I would definitely, I would definitely do a positive review because it was a fun film. And it's got Sam Neill screaming, so that's always good.
I've never seen it. I've seen videos about it, but I've not personally seen it.
It's it's a slow burner, but then every so often it'll just show you this like horrific imagery, and it's pretty cool. I like the premise of it. Fred Garvin says, "Thanks, Drinker and Az. Pre-Terminator 2, this was my favorite Arnold masterpiece." Not Predator. Interesting. Both movies, though, really fun.
Yeah.
Brax here. This is the gentleman that donated $100, so thank you very much. With the current state of modern pop culture, really been enjoying these videos on past movies that were great, like Predator or Blade Runner. Keep it up.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
Blade Runner. Fuck.
Yeah. I'd been wanting to talk about it for ages, so it was a real pleasure to be able to do a proper review on it. And yeah, it's great fun to just be able to share our love for like great movies or just movies that we really enjoyed, and made a good impact on us. So yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's nice to watch positive things once in a while.
And we can still tear apart the crap that we get nowadays. So it's all about balance. Anamorphous Blob says, started steroids and grew a tusk.
Nice.
Not bad. Yeah, I'd say it's all right. It's a good trade-off.
Fair enough.
Did you grow muscles, though? That's the question. Jersey Bob gave me a super sticker for Keep It Up. Thank you very much. Brian Martin says, a little something for the Tatianas and Orphans Fund. Well, I strongly object to the existence of orphans, so I'm not going to donate to that, but I definitely approve of Tatiana, so I'll make sure this is spent well.
Tatiana.
I think, I don't know if they're reopening strip clubs yet in the UK, because that's kind of, you can't really socially distance and get a private dance, so we'll have to see about that one.
Yeah. But never mind. I'm not going to go there.
I'll stay on top of this one, though, and let you know.
Hey!
70s rock fan. Love your work, guys. Now get to the chopper. We will. Go on, do it now.
Wow. It's ready.
Brett Cohen says, Drinker, the 33% that YouTube takes, you should be able to claim back on tax, as it's a cost you pay for the payment service like any other business. It's the running cost. Just a point to raise with your accountant. Oh, God. Don't make me think about tax. That time of year's coming.
September, October, November, December, January. We've got 5 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always wait until the last day as well to actually pay it, just to be a dick. Keep me waiting.
Well, I mean, I was a little naughty this year. I didn't pay it. I didn't pay it on time.
Really? Did you get fined?
It's the last time I'm never paying on time.
Yeah, they'll hit you. It's like £200 a day or something, isn't it?
Like they hit me with a $482 pound fine. That's like,
man,
fuck, bastards.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll learn me.
Time to get that offshore bank account up and running.
Well, I'm just going to claim it back on for taxes next year.
Yeah, it's an expense. Paying tax.
It was a business expense. Come on.
It kind of is, yeah. Paying a fine. I go for it, man. I say go for it.
So it tells me it might not quite work.
Night King 01 says the director's cut is just more of Arnold killing. Oh well, that can't be a bad thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Brett Cohen, Drinker, did you play Leisure Suit Larry back in the day? Cheers for the stream, lads. Great Friday morning laugh along. I never played that. No, I think that was maybe before my time. Leisure Suit Larry.
Very aware of it, but never played it.
I'm pretty sure it was one of those games that it was like buying a porn mag, like it was on the top shelf and it was hidden, so you had to ask for it specifically.
Oh no, it was cartoony. It was cartoony, so it would have been imagine a Viz cartoon, with just slightly buxom women. I don't know. I never played one, so I can't really go too much, but that's what it just looked like. I don't think there was any like nudity or anything in it. I think it was all just like scantily clad cartoon women. I think.
It's just suggestive rather than
Yeah,
explicit.
correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it looked like.
Okay. Chris Stanley says it's not that much money, but here, take it. Well, thank you. It's all appreciated. So thank you for what you could do. Night King 01, this movie is the original Taken, but better. It is better. And
Yeah.
Arnold's better than Liam Neeson.
Because Taken was sanitized.
Yeah.
They're all PGs.
And they had to make a lot of concessions to Liam Neeson not being particularly athletic. You know, a lot of jump cuts and stuff. 200 Watt Studio. Remember the rare film Raw Deal with Arnold? Yes, I do remember Raw Deal. That was an early one, wasn't it?
Soviet one. He's the Soviet guy, isn't he?
No.
Oh no! Sorry,
Raw Deal. That's the mob.
Raw Deal's he's the with the slick back hair, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah! I watched that.
I think you were thinking of Red Heat.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Red Heat.
Yeah.
Raw Deal was what, 82?
I think so. Yeah, it was a right early one. Very low budget as well, from what I remember.
Yeah, it was hella low budget. You could see Raw Deal, not 86. What? 86?
Really? He did that after this.
86. I'm seeing if it was made before then. Release date is 86.
Shit. That surprises me.
What? Yeah, in 1986. What? I thought it was before that. Budget 11 to 12 million. Box office 16.2.
Not a good one.
No.
It was pretty flat, to be fair.
It's probably my least favorite one of Arnie.
Because I don't think it has any of his like one-liners or his dry sense of humor or great action or anything like that. It was just a pretty dour mob film.
I just remember being dark, like physically dark, not like dark as in contextually dark. It was just like physically badly shot. a lot of the film.
Yeah.
86. Fuck. Damn. Maybe what was the Soviet one again? Fuck. Red Heat.
Red Heat. Yeah.
Red Heat. That was probably the one I was 88.
Yeah. I knew that was further on because he definitely looked older in that.
Bloody hell. It's weird because you kind of build up an Arnold chronology in your head.
Yep.
And then when these, because to me it was kind of like, Raw Deal, Red Heat, Terminator, Commando. Yeah. That's how it kind of goes in my head. But no.
Well, you think of those films, you're like, they're kind of shit and they're a bit low budget and they didn't make a big splash. But you imagine like he did Terminator and then it was all just huge action blockbusters from then on. And I guess it wasn't.
No, because Red Heat and Raw Deal did not do great.
No.
I want to see the Red Heat returns here. The box office was 35 million.
Yep.
The budget was it's not giving me budget, just box office. I can't see the budget being 35. Probably made a few bucks.
Yeah, let's have a look. Red Heat. Come on.
Budget.
Here we go. The budget was. Oh no, it doesn't tell me. Fuck. That's annoying.
I'm even on the numbers site as well. Opening weekend.
It doesn't seem like it would have been done on a big budget, put it that
No,
way. Because
I would imagine around 15 to 20 tops.
yeah.
Red Heat budget. Let's see if I can find it here.
While you're doing that, I'll just carry on with a few of the
Yeah,
super
you
chat.
carry on doing. Oh, this is fucking...
Stephen Otten says, the last time I remember seeing nudity in a major Hollywood movie was American Beauty or maybe American Pie. Wolf of Wall Street did it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does still happen, but I think it's a bit more contextual. Like, you wouldn't just get random nudity like you did in Commando there, because that would be seen as exploitative. We can't have that. Smiley Warhead says, Fragaboom has an Indiegogo right now. Black Flag, it looks sick. Oh, okay.
And I am going to be killed in it.
Really?
Yes, I'm going to be in Black Flag, and I'm going to be gruesomely killed.
How'd you feel about that?
Great. I asked to be. Dan didn't want to kill me, and I said, no, you've got to kill me. I want to be killed. I want to be killed, so so if you back Black Flag on Indiegogo, I will be making a physical appearance in there, getting torn to pieces by something.
So if that's your thing, then check it out.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Yeah, because Dan was just like, he messaged me and he's just like, dude, I'm putting you in my book. I was like, what? He says, I'm putting you in Black Flag. I was like, dude, you gotta kill me. Like, damn it, I don't want to kill you. I was like, please, if you put me in, you gotta kill me. So it's like, fine, I'll kill you. So yeah. So he's gonna kill me. And then I did something that made him happy. So he's like, right, I'm gonna kill you in a real gruesome way now. I was like, fuck you. Yeah, so please back it, please support it. It looks awesome. Dan is fucking lovely. He's a lovely, lovely man.
Sounds good. Like, it's good to see the independents like doing well.
Yeah, this is the guy who's the storyboarder on Transporter 2 and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Stephen Otten here says Jason Statham is the closest we have to Bronson now.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's a totally hard bastard from what I know of him, and yeah, he's got that vibe to him. Yeah, he's getting older now as well, so he's got that grizzled look.
Dude, I wouldn't fuck with him. Yeah, he's past 50. He's probably about 53 now, 52, 53. Looks great.
Yeah,
looks absolutely great.
And Hobbs and Shaw proves that he's still like a box office draw. He can still be in these big movies.
He's like nigh on Olympic level fit, wasn't he? In his day, because he was on the British diving team. Yeah. So this is a guy that's been fit all his life, like really fit all his life, and moving into Hollywood has clearly kept that up. And yeah.
And he can actually, like, you see when he does his fight scenes, he can actually fight.
Yes.
That's him doing a lot of the moves. So I think he is actually into martial arts and stuff. So he is good at what he does.
He was in a Shaman video dancing.
Oh, I think I've heard about this. It's like a giant Jason Statham in the background.
Yeah, he's all like, he's got like a leopard skin trunks on. And I think they've either painted him gold or he's just oiled up to the nines.
That is amazing.
He's dancing in for the Shaman. I don't know if it's Move Any Mountain. I don't think it's Move Any Mountain. Let me find which one. Statham Shaman. Which one is it? It is this is here we go. Here, let's there we go. We can quick. I won't put the audio on, so we won't get hit with the audio. But I'll share this, and if you're aroused, well, that's just
that's the effect that the Statham has on you.
Yeah. This is there you go.
Let's bring this in. Hold on. There we go.
There he is. Oh. There he is.
Oh, those are some epic moves, man.
He's still bald, which is even better. You know?
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's the best out. That's Rose Huntington Wiley, whatever, who's been dating. Yeah.
That is proof, like, you have to pay your dues to make it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and he did big time with that one.
100.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I can't unsee that now.
No, you can never unsee that. You can never unsee that. No.
Squarewave 808 says, you got me turned on to chewing the fat because of that I think I can smell shite clip you put in your vids, so thanks for that. Yeah. There's some absolute like gems in chewing the fat. Like, for people who don't know, it's like a Scottish sketch comedy show, and some of the routines they do are fucking brilliant. I just love that. Karen Dunbar is just like, yes, I can definitely smell shite.
Yeah, it's a good
The
one.
delivery is brilliant. Matt Guy says, in your vids, what is the clip of the people laid out in crap? So many people ask this. I think that's, even if you search for Critical Drinker, that's one of the things that's suggested. Fart clip. It's from the movie Not Another Teen Movie, it's called. And there's a scene where like some of the teen guys are like spying. They're trying to spy on the girl's bathroom, and the girl beneath them is like got a big attack of the taco shits. And somehow they fall out of the air vent, and they all fall through the floor into the classroom below. And the toilet just sprays everyone in shit. So it's a lovely scene.
Wonderful. Wunderbar.
But the fart that she does just at the end just caps it off, and it always made me laugh. So
yeah,
I've used it in my videos a few times. And it usually signifies when a plot point is really shit.
Yes.
Just for reference. The Night King says, I feel like Valverde is in every action movie. It's definitely in a lot of movies from the 80s, especially from a certain studio, I think, or the same producers. Rolf Hartman says, Waterloo had 10,000 Soviet infantry and 2,000 Cossacks playing the cavalry, including 40 stunt riders. Yeah, where are you going to get a movie now with 10,000 people? Or probably like 12,000 more like. That is just incredible. And because it was in the Soviet Union, you didn't have to pay them. Bonus.
Hey.
TJ Paris, my only problem with Commando is at the end when the daughter runs to embrace Cindy on the beach. She's never seen her before at this point. That is a really good point. Who the fuck is this random woman, Dad?
You're my mum now.
She's your mother now.
Yeah. She's your mother now. God's your mother. This is your new mother.
That's a really good point.
He is younger than you. It's fine.
Yeah.
You should give up all of her life just to be a mother to my child.
That's the best way to meet women as well, kidnapping them. Getting them involved in massive wars.
Bit of Stockholm Syndrome, never hurt anyone.
Exactly. Pop Culture Avenger, great old war flicks. Gunga Din with Cary Grant and The Fighting 69th with James Cagney. Check these out. I'm pretty sure I've seen The Fighting 69th from like way back in the day, like when I was just a little kid and it just happened to be on TV. But Cagney was awesome in that. Icanolos, in an interview, Burton said he knew Batman didn't kill in the comics, but he felt if Batman existed in the violence of the 80s, he would have to kill. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting. I've heard the argument. I've heard the argument before, but that's just the point. It's the moral aspect of it. It's the fact that he knows that if he kills, he becomes just like them. He becomes one of them. They win. So that's, the big reason. And he never wants anyone to go through what he went through as a child, because he knows the repercussions of killing one person has a repercussion, family, etc. It's lazy to make him kill. It's the easy thing to do. It's the hard thing not to make him kill. But
he can certainly injure people and knock them out.
Yeah. He's not a prone. He's got no problem breaking fucking arms and legs and noses and heads and shit. No, he'll give you a concussion or 3.
Yeah. CD says Doomsday and Batman versus Superman should have been Bizarro. It was the perfect setup for a Bizarro.
It just shouldn't have been there. Is the answer? It just shouldn't have been there. They were trying to cram in too much plot to one movie, and it was just a mess. It was a mess by then.
I mean, like, if you've got, say, the Batman versus Superman storyline in isolation, like, how does that get resolved? Do they just like stop fighting eventually and just agree to make peace, or what?
Well, that's why this is why the film is out of context. This is why you should have had World's Finest and not Batman v Superman. Because you should have had them meeting for the first time. You should have had them, realizing that they come from different sides, a little bit of verbal conflict, a little bit of, moral conflict, and then them working together to defeat whichever, nemesis they have, realizing that they're two sides of the same coin, sort of thing. But to go immediately into conflict, the first half hour of the film works because of the setup with the destruction of Metropolis, destruction of the Wayne building, the death of the employees. I get the Batman realizing that, this person's power is immense. And because this Batman kills, which is established, that's the way that he wanted to go. But it was too early a play, way too early a play to do. They could have had Bizarro in Man of Steel 2. They could have done, a number of things. Yeah. I don't know how Bizarro would work. I think Bizarro could work with Zack Snyder because he would make Bizarro fucking nasty. But Bizarro in the comics just got fucking turned into a joke, like everything.
Yeah, that's why the comics industry is doing so well.
Yes, because everything's so good.
But we'll always have Safe Space and Snowflake.
Well, we will soon, because the graphic novels they put them all together, and it's coming out soon.
That's a sure sign of confidence that it's all just been lumped together into one issue.
Yeah, it's all been lumped together in just a trade paperback,
which no one will buy. Dylan Smith says General Motors is bringing back the Hummer. There really needs to be an Arnold edition. He used to have a Hummer, but I think he traded it in, got like a hybrid or something because it was more energy efficient. Shame, really.
Hummer, really? You do surprise me.
So I'm just finishing up the last few now. Yeah, we're almost there. Fat Steven Seagal again. I'm so offended right now. Where's your manager? I think that's when we were making fun of like Fat Seagal beating up those guys. Night King. Anyone remember the kaiju fight in Crank 2? That's when they kind of him and the other guy got properly juiced up on electricity, and they kind of wore giant masks or something, and they were fighting in slow motion and destroying a city. That was just glorious. Like a giant over-the-top Statham face. Like
Crank 2 went insane. You thought Crank 1 was crazy enough. Crank 2 just took it to a whole nother level.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't pronounce this. Oceanative. When do we get a review of Quigley Down Under? I don't know. I haven't seen it, I'm afraid, so I can't say. Enoch Mammon. The only Steven Seagal movie I liked was Executive Decision with Kurt Russell. Seagal dies in it. My favorite part of the movie. Yeah, he does. He was very hesitant to be involved in that movie, actually, because he was going to get killed.
Because yeah.
And they really had to explain, like, no, you die a heroic death, don't worry. Andrew Matthews says, Astarte's YouTube is great.
Yes.
Specializing in 40K.
Yeah, it's a 5-part series called Astartes. You can watch it pretty much, back to back, and it's just awesome. Fan made, better than half the stuff you'll see in the cinema, without question.
I really need to read a few more of the novels because they've really started to expand like the Horus Heresy and all that stuff in novelization. I should give it a read sometime. See what they do with it.
You want to chat with Nick Recader? He's
Really?
he's big into the lore. I've been doing some Warhammer painting streams with him.
Right.
He's big into the lore of Warhammer. So yeah, you should get together with Nick Recader. Come on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Crispy Critters says, I hope this is a regular feature. Toxic Man Babies movie reviews. This is brilliant. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Jens Jurgensen, watch The Wraith with Charlie Sheen.
No.
I haven't seen The Wraith.
No. Is that what he looks like now that he's got HIV?
Yeah, gosh. I've not seen him for a while now, but
no, not
last time I did.
Nelson.
Yeah, he looked rough though when last time I saw him.
I wonder if he's got some of that Magic Johnson juice.
Yeah. He gets injected with $100,000 once a month.
Yeah.
That keeps him going.
Keeps him going.
Enoch Mammon, Commando was made to capitalize off of Rambo, Rodeo was made in competition with Cobra, and Red Heat was made to capitalize off of Rocky IV, Drago versus Ivan Danko. That explains the chronology, the infamous Arnie versus Sly rivalry. Well, I mean, it seems like Arnold came off worse in that instance then, because none of those films did particularly well.
Yeah. Predator in between.
Yeah, it's when he branched out and didn't try to compete and just did his own thing. That's when he was successful. He always had, other things to do. Aitken says, Kurt Russell, Big Trouble in Little China. Love it. Love the movie.
Yeah.
And plan to review it one day. Night King, would love to see a Total Recall discussion. That could be good.
Great. And there's another one. There's another absolute beauty. That's 1990s, isn't it? Total Recall.
Yeah. Yeah. Sharon Stone, perfect.
Oh, she's back
in the day. Yeah. You're about to go full Bennett there.
Yeah, full Bennett. I could go full Bennett on her in that. Oh my god, she's obscene. In little boy's dream.
Oh yeah. Louis the Plank. What do you think about John Carpenter's They Live? I'd love to see a discussion on that movie. Yeah, brilliant, great fun. The fight that's Rowdy Roddy Piper gets into in that is just brilliant. Like the fist fight that goes on for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, he's just awesome though. Roddy, I'd never thought of Rowdy Roddy Piper in that leading man role, and just great, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he nails it.
Great fun film. Another great little fun film.
Daniel Danley says, Drinker, thank you for the videos. Have you seen 12 Angry Men? No, I don't think I have actually. So I'm afraid I can't comment, but I appreciate the support. Have you seen 12 Angry Men at all?
No.
Sorry, man. I think we're just about there. There's just a couple more. Not seeing Quigley Down Under is why you lose wars to emus. Damn, what is this movie? Stephen Otten says Quigley Down Under is a great movie. Watched it often with my late father. Alan Rickman is the villain in it.
Oh
man! Well, if it's got him as the villain, that's all you need.
Yeah, fuck. That was bad news. That was a bad day.
It was. Super Flea, when Arnie starts off a movie by smelling the bad guys half a mile away, you know you're in for a classic. Yeah. I forgot about that, yeah. You think I can smell them coming? I did.
No, you didn't, you liar. Oh, you bullshit artist, Arnie, I love you.
And lastly here, 200 Watt Studios says Last Action Hero closed out the testosterone era. For some reason I kind of see Terminator 2 as the last stand of movies like that. I could be wrong. There might have been other movies after it, but I feel like once you got into the 90s, they kind of switched gears, and you started to see guys like Schwarzenegger and Stallone beginning to fade out a bit, and other guys were rising to prominence by that point. So
Well, Terminator 2, Arnold's mid-40s by then.
yeah.
He's mid-40s, and I think Stallone is very similar in age to him. So, they're both kind of hitting mid-40s.
Yep.
I can do this standing up. This is great.
But yeah, like I guess by that point, people were feeling like they were getting on a bit, and they weren't as interested, and they were ready for something new. And that's when you started to get into the sort of martial arts era, and action heroes became much more agile and athletic, and these big muscle men from the 80s weren't fashionable anymore.
But then we had True Lies that came along, and that was was that 94?
Yeah, and that was a great film. I don't, it almost is a little bit of parody to it.
Sure,
Slight comedy elements to it, rather than being a big, balls to the wall testosterone fest.
Yeah.
But it's still excellent film, and one day it'd be good to talk about it.
Junior, not so much. I don't know the body count in Junior. I don't think it's pretty high.
I don't think there's much to that. But that is the last of the super chats done.
Boom.
We made it. It's been one hell of a stream, man. That's like well over 4 hours we've been at this.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be like 2 and out.
I know. Well, there were so many super chats to get through. I think we got through the movie relatively quick. But yeah,
I think it took us over 2 hours to go through the movie.
It probably did. There was a lot of laughing and joking, so that probably held us up.
But sign of a good film. Sign of a good film.
Absolutely. No, honestly, man, I really enjoyed doing this. Like, I enjoyed talking about this film. I enjoyed rewatching it today, and I just enjoyed having a bit of banter with you and going over it. It's
awesome
great.
Fun. Absolutely awesome fun, dude. I loved every minute of it. This has gone past in the blink of an eye. Truly has. It's just a great film, a great era of cinema, a great time of the action hero, which is long since past true action heroes, I'd say. The company was great, chat was great, movie was great, banter was great.
Perfect. Good fun all round. And yeah, thank you to everyone in chat for all the great interactions. Like, you guys have been awesome. Thank you for all the super chats. I hope you guys enjoyed our chat here tonight and got something out of it. And if you haven't seen the film, I think you can tell that we recommend it.
Yes. Big recommend, big thumbs up.
But yeah, if we're kind of all done, one thing I will say, subscribe to Azzy's channel. I've put a link to Azzy's channel in the description. I recommend you subscribe. He does awesome coverage of, most like modern TV shows and stuff. You've had an absolute whale of a time with like Batwoman and all that sort of thing, and Star Trek.
Yeah. Just such great television, and oh my god, yeah. I just I do this show on a Wednesday with Robert Mayer Burnett, and we discuss The Prisoner, the 1967 TV show.
Yeah.
And it's just like a privilege to do. It's just like one of the greatest television shows ever made. Only 17 episodes. We're doing an episode a week. Mm-hmm. We limit the show to 2 hours, and it's just like 2 hours of absolute beauty. And then I've got to wake up the next day, and I've got to find out which fucking person in Star Wars or Star Trek has fucked up what, or said what, or done what, or alienated what, or it's just like, where, what we did tonight. This is an era where it was just such a pleasure to go to the cinema and see incredible films, or just to go home and Blu-ray, or in these days a beta or VHS. Awesome movies, and it's just like, can Hollywood get their fucking head out their ass? Can they just get their head out their ass and realize that you are the fucking organ grinder? You're here to fucking entertain us, not vice versa, numpties. You're the one that should be entertaining us if you want our money. You shouldn't be thinking that you're entitled to our money, and that's where I think we are now.
Yeah.
Until they start to buck up and realize that they got to start making entertaining stuff that people want to watch. Stop listening to fucking the blue-haired land whales on Twitter who shout and don't go watch their shit anyway. Never put any money into their shit, and just bring back some entertainment, please.
They'll learn, because with the beer bug and everything that's come with that and the loss of revenue, it's just accelerated the process that was happening anyway. And they're not going to have the budget anymore to indulge this stuff. It's the simple economics of it. And so I can see it probably changing as we go forward. It was starting to change anyway. Like, it felt like some of the studios were making moves to cut some of the shit out of their productions, and I think they're going to be left with no choice now. So hopefully it happens sooner rather than later, because it sucks the fun out of entertainment. It's not entertaining anymore.
No, that's why I do appreciate. I understand the polarization of people like Zack Snyder, and as much as you can either like his movies or not, whatever. But that's a person that just at least has a vision. Christopher Nolan, they have a vision, and they just want to put that vision on the screen. And then you have the fucking toss wankers like Cathy Yang, who are just like handed $100 million with no experience, no knowledge, nothing. Purely because of this stupidity that Hollywood's been going through.
Yeah.
And it's got to stop. It's got to stop. We just want fun. We want escapism. People deserve escapism. They work hard for the money which they give to you, the studio. They deserve to have it reciprocated in kind with quality, fun content. Cinema movies.
Yep. It's not that much to ask, really, or it shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be, no.
But yeah, like I say, I think they'll learn, or they'll go broke.
Yeah, it'll go one way or another, but it's not going to make them money.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we'll probably end on that, if that's cool with you. I say, thank you to everyone in chat for joining us tonight. Thank you to my awesome guest, Az, for giving me loads of laughs with this chat. It's been great fun. And that is all we've got for today. So we're going to go away now.
So go away now.